I thank everyone for their indulgence. I'm gaveling us back in right now. Call back to order. Student member Halbo, would you please read the broadcast statement? I don't know what's wrong with my tongue tonight.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, February 24th at 6 p.m. and Monday, February 25th at noon, and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, student member Halbo. Next item, the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by, and excuse me if I mispronounce your name, is it Jamari? Jamari Thomas, a senior at American Legion High School. Please.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stay there. This item is supposed to be presented by President Ryan, but I think she's preoccupied, so I'm going to speak to it. Jamari is a senior at American Legion High School that is on track to graduate at the end of 2018-2019 school year. Jamari is a member of the American Legion volleyball team and student government. He's also the student representative for the American Legion School Site Council. In addition, Jamari participates in many activities on campus. These activities include UC Davis Says program, Hope Tech's Game App Development Program, and the weekly Hawk Institute Leadership Academies. Jamari plans to attend Sac City Community College to study psychology after he graduates from American Legion. The floor is yours, sir. Would you like to make a statement?
I'm good, thank you.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm good, thank you. That is the most beautiful statement I've ever heard. I have a certificate of appreciation for it.
Thank you.
You could have said peace out or something. That would have been something different.
A little certificate of appreciation in recognition of your good works. We wish you all the best in the future. I think,
Barrios?
Mr. Barrios, are you going to take a picture? Thank you. Item 5, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Mr. President Pro Tem, there are 4 matters to report out of closed session. By a unanimous vote of the board members, the following resolutions were adopted. Resolution 2018-19A, a resolution of non-reelection of probationary certificated employees. Resolution number 2018-19B, a resolution of non-reemployment of temporary certificated employees. and Resolution 2018-19-C, a resolution of release of certificated administrators. In addition, there was a special education settlement agreed to by a vote of 6 board members, with Board President Ryan temporarily absent, in OAH case number 2018-120308. That concludes the announcements out of closed session. Madam President.
Thank you so much. At this time, we're moving on to item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion and a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? The motion carries. Item 7.0, special presentations. We're going to approve item 7.1, Resolution 3048, recognition of National Black History Month. Tonight, we are very proud to have some remarkable student leaders and district leaders in the audience from the Hawk Institute and from American Legion High School. We're so fortunate to have them as some of our strongest partners in the district. I'm going to share a bit about our Black History Recognition Resolution, and then we're going to ask them to come up so in their own words they can talk about the wonderful work that they're doing at the campus level to close racial disparities and to ensure that our students have mentorship from individuals in our community who reflect their life experience and are committed to their lifetime success. Tonight, whereas National Black History Month is a national tradition established in response to the inadequate and biased depiction of Black history in communities in history books and other curricula, whereas Black people have developed our nation in countless ways, those recognized, unrecognized, and unrecorded, whereas the contributions of Black citizens began in the classrooms of our public schools, whereas America's public schools have also been the sites of oppression, trauma, and control, and have been used to further perpetuate racist stereotypes of Black Americans. Whereas Sacramento City Unified District must strive to develop a deeper understanding and appreciation among our students and community for the contributions made by Black citizens of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Whereas the district is deeply proud of the work and accomplishments of our student, staff, and community partners who support the growth of our students towards becoming civically minded thought leaders of tomorrow. Whereas the Board of Education encourages curriculum presentations and projects related to enhancing and understanding the experience of Black History Month. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education hereby recognizes February 2019 as the National Black History Month, supporting the important work and services provided by staff and community partners with our schools and greater community. If I can call you up.
Good evening, Madam President, distinguished board members, superintendent. My name is Dr. Eric Gravenberg. I'm the president and CEO of the Hawk Institute. First, let me say thank you for the recognition of Black History Month. Symbols are important because they have a placeholder for those who do not know our history, need to remember it, or those who try to distort it. So providing that spiritual anchor is real important in terms of a public statement, so let me commend you for that. But I also want to say we accept this award on behalf of all the organizations out there that are working together. Hawk is not alone in that regard. I'm very thankful for the Black Parallel School Board, the kind of work that they've done with all of you, particularly you, Superintendent, in terms of providing some guidance, and to you, Board, and to all the organizations out there that are involved in youth development. We forget sometimes as administrators, it's not about us. It's about our students. Jamari is a perfect example in terms of the kind of leadership that we are creating at schools like American Legion. And though the brevity of his remarks may seem out of place, it is what we train our young folks to do, to be articulate, to be thoughtful, to be humble, but you should see him in the classroom over at American Legion. He is a powerhouse. I also want to thank Principal Baranowski. Without his support, that support is so necessary to have those classes at the campus. So I want to thank him for his leadership. I also have two of our staff members here, Mr. Gabriel Simeon, who also works at American Legion, also is one of the board members of Hawk, one of the co-coordinators of our Saturday Academy, and Dr. Tish Stockdale. Without that kind of leadership and support, we would not have that kind of program that's really trying to change the paradigm of really working with schools, of making sure that the students understand their responsibilities, but also dismantling those kinds of things in schools that perpetuate the kind of structures that don't allow our students to be successful. I know that you have a daunting task ahead of you in terms of equity for all students, and the stats for African Americans are not necessarily where we all want them to be. And so when I look back on our history in terms of the 400 years of oppression, we've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. But I also believe in, and this is what we teach in Hawk, that it takes a lot of courageous leadership. And it takes people like all of us who are in the lives of the students every day to make sure that we show up, that we're consistent, and that they see things beyond their immediate horizon. Whereas one of our students said to us, I can't be what I can't see.
That's right.
So that's really important. So on behalf of Hawk and all those organizations out there, we thank you for this distinguished award. Thank you.
Dr. Gravenberg, if you'll stay there, I'd love to bring down the resolution. And we want to thank you for your tireless commitment to our community. I know that your presence in Oak Park has made a tremendous difference in the lives of young people, and that your reach is so much greater than the Oak Park community, Sacramento and beyond. And I want to thank you for continuing to form the types of partnerships with other community-based organizations who really leverage their limited resources to be a constant and steady presence in the lives of our Black youth, and we are seeing that that work that you're doing pay off in individuals who are growing up to reach their full potential. So thank you so much, Dr. Gravenberg.
Thank you.
Member Ryan, we need to vote. I would be more than happy to move the resolution.
And I will second. All those in favor of approving this resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Was there a preferential vote?
Thank you.
Didn't have any weight to it.
No, that's okay. Moving on to item 7.2, AB 1200 update, which will be presented this evening by Dr. Quinto, Mike Fine, the FICMAT Executive Director, and Dave Gordon, our SCOE Superintendent. Dr. Quinto, if you will please come to the podium to introduce our special guests.
Thank you, President Ryan, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. Here to represent AB 1200 is with the Executive Director of FICMAT, Mike Fine, and also with the Sacramento County Office of Education, Superintendent Gordon. I'd be remiss not to also introduce, they brought their folks to support them very well, and that's Ms. Michelle Giacomini, FICMAT, and also Ms. Tammy Sanchez from SCOE. With that, Mr. Fine, thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, trustees, superintendent, cabinet, and community. My pleasure to be with you again this evening. I've been asked to address the question about what does the AB 1200 process look like that leads to ultimately this idea of the state taking over a local school district. And so first, let me define a couple things, and then I'm going to kind of start towards the end of the process and work backwards for you. I think that is often a helpful way to describe it. So first, we call this the AB 1200 process, named certainly after Assembly Bill 1200 from 1991, authored by former Assembly person and State Superintendent Delane Easton. There's a lot of wisdom by the legislature in this fairly significant piece of legislation in 1991 that brought consistency in how the state dealt with school districts, both in the monitoring of their financial status and also when they started to veer off path and off tracks, the process that would be utilized to assist them and get them back on track to a healthy state so that they can continue to serve their communities. So AB 1200 was the start of that. There have been 40-plus pieces of legislation since 1991 that have tweaked it in some fashion, in most cases adding something along the way, but we kind of put it all under this umbrella when we describe it. And so with that definition in place, let me jump to the end process. When a district, the trigger for a state takeover is that the district has insufficient cash resources to pay its employees. If we were a private commercial business, our employees and vendors as creditors would probably take us and force the issue before U.S. bankruptcy court. And in California for K-14, so our K-12 community and our community college communities, the state in essence steps in as the guarantor and the responsible party. That process with the state for the 9 times in the last 28 years that it's been utilized has always begun with the local governing board. You make that determination that you are going to be fiscally insolvent, that you're going to run out of cash at a reasonable point based on a reasonable set of assumptions and analysis. For you, that's already been determined to be November of 19. That needs to be carefully monitored. We'll get to that in a minute here as we kind of back up. But just assuming that date holds firm, you would step up typically as a governing board and ask the state for assistance. The state's response to that would be that collectively we would all work with a local legislator to author and sponsor a special piece of special legislation that we often refer to as the Emergency Appropriation Bill. It is just that, is an emergency loan. It's a cash loan to the district. Doesn't solve your budget problems. It solves your cash problem, because remember the trigger for this is that you ran out of cash. Now you run out of cash due to a lot of reasons, all generally tied to budget problems, but it's a temporary cash loan, if you will. And in that special legislation, we set forth the terms and conditions of that loan. In the 9 cases since 1991 that we have, that special legislation looks much the same from case to case, small variances in the legislation. When we get to the next one, I certainly am not planning that that's you, but when we get to the next one, we would be talking about some lessons learned in the last several that we've done and seek some some tweaking of some of that. But hopefully that's not a conversation that has your name on it. And so the state then acts on that. Generally, when we put that forward, there's going to be support. There may be reluctance, obviously, but there's going to be support. The state's going to step in. The conditions generally to hit the highlights would be in exchange for that cash loan. Then the state is going to remove your authority as a board to govern this district. You are locally elected. The state does not have the authority to remove you from your seats, but they will remove your authority to make decisions. You will become advisory in nature. And they will shift that authority under fairly recent legislation to the county superintendent. Previously, that authority has been shifted to the state superintendent for the last 27 years, or to the chancellor's office if it involves a community college. But since September 17th of this year, the law has changed, and that authority will be shifted to the county superintendent. County Superintendent Gordon will assume all of the rights and duties that you hold. As part of that process, the superintendent's contract would end, and Superintendent Gordon, with the consent and agreement of the state superintendent and the president of the State Board of Education, would select an administrator to act as both the superintendent and the board. It is a different role than being a superintendent, and so we often don't refer to it as a superintendent. It is historically we've called it a state administrator. Maybe we'll now call it a county administrator or what have you, but I'm going to keep my description the same as we've always used it, and that is a state administrator. And that individual then is delegated the authority to govern the district and to operate the district by the county superintendent. From that point on, in many respects, things look much as they do today. There would be some point in time that that administrator would call you together as an advisory board and continue to consult with you. But that's typically not done in the early months and the early years. This is a process that usually lasts for 6 to 10 years. It goes through phases of recovery, but not until 5 particular areas are addressed does the state typically return governance authority back to you. And when they do that, they still have an interest in your continued recovery. They have an interest in your fiscal stability, because at that point you are continuing to pay the state back for that loan. And so they want to ensure that you have the ability to do that. And so at that point in time, a trustee is assigned. It looks much like a bankruptcy trustee, but a trustee is assigned, again, following the new process under Assembly Bill 1840 from this past session. The county superintendent would be assigning that trustee with the consent of the state superintendent and the president of the State Board of Ed. The 5 areas that you are evaluated on and reviewed, sometimes every 6 months, but in most cases once a year. The emergency appropriation legislation would set that timeline. 6 months is difficult. You get a report and it's time to evaluate again before you ever get a chance to kind of implement some of the recommendations. But the task of evaluation, we call that a comprehensive review, is performed by our agency, FCMAT. It looks at 5 areas, and these areas are established in code. Looks at pupil achievement, looks at personnel practices, looks at governance and community relations, facilities, and last but not least, finance. The goal of the state administrator is very clear. It is to work themselves out of a job as quick as they can so that governance authority may be returned to you and the district may be returned to health. And so we expect them to take immediate action in all 5 of those areas, consistent with a set of standards that we use to conduct those evaluations. And just as a note for yourselves, a new revised set of standards goes before the state board at their next meeting in March. And those have been, almost 2 years ago, we spent the better part of 2 years in a comprehensive review of our own standards. Many of them are legal standards, so they don't change. Many of them, though, are professional standards. We've brought them all current, and they are very focused on the topic of recovery. Previously, some 400 standards, and they were on recovery, but they also looked at some broad issues. We typically don't evaluate all the standards in every district that goes through this. We always agree up front which standards. We think the new set of standards, which are very focused on the elements of recovery, are actually a dramatic improvement to where we've been. They will be focused. It wouldn't be our proposal to anybody that we would then pick some out of that. We would do all of those because they are focused. The idea is to focus on recovery in all 5 of those areas. We evaluate that each year. There's a rubric assigned to those to show progress, a report card, if you will. A lot of attention gets made to those report cards, where what we really want you to do is to focus on the recommendations that we're making in the report. It's a written report. It is hundreds of pages long, which is why when you do this every 6 months, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, as you appreciate. An annual review is more appropriate. So with that said, that's kind of the decision point and what follows. So let me go from the decision point now backwards, and then certainly more than happy to answer any questions. Emergency appropriation legislation doesn't happen overnight. We need to be sensitive to the timing. We need to be sensitive to the fact that the legislature is either in session or not in session, where the governor certainly always has the ability to bring them back to session. I don't think that's the ideal for anybody, especially when we can agree on the assumptions and the numbers that we have with respect to your cash flow. Let's just, again, for the sake of discussion, assume that that is November, as is currently forecast. We would envision backing up into the May or June time period, and we would, at that point, be updating. You need to update your cash flow, obviously, weekly, monthly, but we really need to have a serious conversation if the path is still towards November about in the May, June time period. Recognize that the legislature is in recess in the month of July. This is not difficult legislation, but it is something that takes time and work through that process. FIGMAT would, as part of the analysis, what we call size the loan, determine how much the loan really needs to be. We would look out multiple years to ensure that we are addressing your cash needs over several years' time. We would only draw on the loan as necessary. You, the state administrator, the administrator reporting to the county superintendent, would only make draws on the loan as necessary to support your cash flow. Overdrawing is not something we would ever recommend. We've seen that happen, and the district pays for that overdraw significantly. Give you an example, the most recent district that went through this has only drawn on about half of the authorization. They've been able to stabilize cash. They haven't stabilized other things, but they've been able to stabilize cash in a fairly short period of time, and so the need to continue to draw on this actual state loan authorization ended. Things get worse before they get better in this process. Your costs go up initially, they don't go down. Number one, you have a payment now to make to the state that comes with interest. You have a payment for the county superintendent's costs, you have a payment for our costs, you have a payment for anybody else that comes in to assist you and the costs associated to their work. So all of those are additional burdens, if you will, on your financial status. So with that, I will stop. I'm happy, President Ryan, if you want to ask questions on that process at this point, or if you'd like Superintendent Gordon to come up and make his statements and do questions at the end, whatever your pleasure is.
I think what we'll do is we'll hear from Superintendent Gordon, and then we'll ask both of you to return to the podium for comments and questions from board members. Thank you. Mr. Fine.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Ryan, trustees, and Superintendent Aguilar. I want to say a special word of thanks to you for honoring Hawk and Dr. Gravenberg. We've had a partnership with them over the last several years, which has been extraordinary. They've done extraordinary work for us, so it's really great to see you honoring them tonight. Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening, and I don't have good news to share with you. In fact, it's worse than the last time I spoke to you. Your district is running out of cash, and you and the district are running out of time. It's imperative that all employee groups come to the table now and be part of a solution that avoids cash insolvency and the need for a state loan, as Mike Fine just elucidated. So just by way of background, your district's 2018-19 budget was disapproved last August. You then submitted your first interim budget report to my office in December, and your district filed this report with a negative certification. And because the budget does not allow the district to meet its financial obligations next year in the 1920 fiscal year, my office concurred with your negative determination in a January 14th letter I sent to the district. My office continues to insist upon a viable budget that will make your district solvent. I know that you and your superintendent and many of your labor partners have been working diligently to identify reductions, but right now the plan is incomplete. Why? Because only collaboration and negotiations among all parties holds the promise of yielding the level of cuts that will avoid insolvency. As Mike Fine shared with you, and I believe very strongly, insolvency should never, never be an acceptable option to this community. With insolvency and under a state administrator, all of the cuts you need to make now will still have to be made, and then some. Under receivership, a hefty state loan payment will require even greater program cuts, thus diminishing services to students. And keep in mind that the state loan that you get will be at market rate interest. Many years ago, the loans used to be 0%, 0.5%, no more. It's market rate interest that you'll have to be paying. You do not want to do that. So simply put, you're about out of time to right this ship, and I can't say that strongly enough. And I say it as county superintendent. I say it also as a 46-year resident of this community, and I'm also a proud parent of 2 McClatchy High School graduates. I urge all of the parties involved to pull together, work together, and do whatever is required to balance the budget and avoid insolvency. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. At this time, we're going to take questions and comments from board members. I want to begin. I want to thank you for your time and expertise. I know that these are extraordinary circumstances and incredibly difficult times. I would say that the one bright spot for me has been seeing the formation of an unprecedented labor management consortium consisting of 4 of our 5 labor partners who have come to the table on a weekly basis to focus on a mission of saving our schools and developing viable cuts, savings options so that we can balance the budget and avoid the nuclear option of insolvency. I will say we've heard from our labor management consortium that they expect efficiencies. They expect to see cuts and shared sacrifice, including at the central office and administrative level. I'm proud to say that the Board of Education, though we receive a $787 stipend, has cut $100,000 from our board office annual budget so that we are showing a 17% cut and leading from the top in illustrating our commitment to right this ship, if you will. I also take very seriously the proposals that have come forward from bargaining partners like the Sacramento City Teachers Association. I have heard the frustration with the district's inability to be able to meet the needs of our teachers, such that I think that we have to recognize that when we're 41st in the nation in per pupil spending, despite a deep value for our teachers, we recognize that we cannot pay them their worth, nor sustain our healthcare benefits and our OPEB benefits at the level that we would hope commensurate with the hard work they do. I have personally asked to have a deep analysis of the SCTA proposal, and I want to appreciate SCOE's work with FICMAT to vet the cost savings presented by SCTA. I know that you found that some of the ideas will not yield the savings that we had hoped, but I do want to look at the opportunities where we can address SCTA's concerns, where there is overlap with concerns that have been raised by the Labor Management Consortium. I think that that is at least a starting point. And I hear you. We have to have all 5 of our bargaining partners together to find this path forward. When you talk about what fiscal insolvency would mean, what state receivership would mean, I think that there is a misassumption in the public that perhaps the system is so broken that irrespective of our commitment to students, we should trust that taken out of the hands of local control, turned over to a county-appointed superintendent, we might have a better chance of focusing on student success. And so I would just like to ask both Mr. Fine and Mr. Gordon to elaborate a bit further, because when a system is as broken as ours has been with so much mistrust over decades, it's easy to throw your hands up and wonder if you can find a resolution. And yet, you're telling us that insolvency, state takeover would be a disaster for the district, and I would like to hear a bit more about that.
I don't think there's ever a situation where failing to act that results in turning over a local district to the state is appropriate. I don't think that's in the best interests of the kids that you're entrusted to serve. I don't think that's the best interest to your community as a whole, no matter what schools their school-age children are enrolled in, or just purely the community, the business community, the residents of this community. There's a whole lot of reasons for that. Number one, that's not how it's designed to be. First, it's designed that you as locally elected trustees with fiduciary responsibility make decisions, and you do that with first and foremost the child's well-being at hand. And don't anybody read a comment or read anything into that I don't believe that your decisions have been contrary to that. But clearly we have an upside-down budget, and so there's some decisions that need to be made. They need to be made with our kids in mind. The job of a state administrator, again, using that term, the job of the state administrator is to right the ship. In some respects, they will have tremendous interest, but in some respects, they will be disinterested in anything other than recovery and righting the ship. That will be their task. You, on the other hand, must balance all the interests. That's the task you took on when you filed your papers to run for election or volunteered to be appointed, right? And so the roles are very different. The focus on kids is very different. Under a receivership environment, while we look at all 5 areas, and student achievement is part of that, ultimately the focus there is financial. That's what got you there. And governance. Because as I've said earlier, these financial issues don't happen overnight. They take years to get to this point, and it always is going to come back to governance and leadership. Always, always, always. And so that has to be the focus. That will be the focus of whoever is assigned to run a district in that situation. So just one clarity, President Ryan, the work that was recently done to answer some questions of our SCTA, that work was really done between the county and your own staff. Our involvement was fairly minimal, so I don't want to take any credit for that. We did review the drafts of those and asked additional questions and made some suggestions to include some additional data and so on, but we didn't do any independent kind of review. I think the people that were involved in Superintendent Gordon's office and in your own staff are really the experts on that data. Let me make another comment. This work is all about relationships. It starts with a relationship between an adult and a child. It's what ultimately it's all about, right? With that adult having responsibility to help nurture that child, as parents do, but most importantly as our teachers do. That's what our focus is. And teachers I'm using in a broad term. They don't have to be certificated on our campus. They could be that walk-on coach. They could be that instructional aide. They could be a noon duty supervisor, whatever the case may be. It could be the secretary. It could be the custodian. In many cases, it's the bus driver, right, that is the first to greet, our representative, the first to greet a child in the morning, the last to say goodbye to them in the afternoon. Your work is about relationships. Your labor partners are about relationships. You're not going to make progress until everybody can sit down and rebuild that relationship that's been hurt over a long period of time. Doesn't all sit in your laps, doesn't sit in the superintendent's lap, doesn't sit in the current leadership's lap of your labor partners. It's been, just like everything, a long time in coming. But we're not going to make progress until those relationships can be healed in some fashion. Baby steps, little steps of the way. And then this path is relatively clear from there.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Mr. Gordon?
I think the only thing that I'd add is insolvency will mean you're in recovery. You have someone in charge who's focused on financial recovery. To me, our kids need and deserve equity and opportunity, and the most powerful push that we collectively can make as a community to help them step up to be good citizens, to be contributors to the community, to have opportunities for college educations, for great jobs in the future, and to raise their families in this community in a healthy and positive way. And that would be my vision for what leadership should do in this district, and I think it should be vested in an elected Board of Education with an appointed superintendent, and I've seen the benefits of that all over this county over the years, and I think that's where we need to be headed, not toward recovery, but toward equity and opportunity for all our kids.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. Board Member Wu.
Did you want to take public comment?
We're going to take public comment after board member comments and questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. Thank you, Mr. Fine. You know, a lot has been said recently about, in the public forum about our action on vacation buyouts, and I just wanted to address that. I had worked for the state of California for almost 40 years, and as I approached the year 2012, 2013, I had accumulated about in excess of 1,400 hours of vacation. And that was after exhausting all my vacation in 1992, 400 hours, to take 10 weeks off to study for the California bar exam. Back then, the state rules provided that state workers could accumulate up to 400 hours, or equivalent of 10 weeks. Had I retired at that time in 2012, 2013, I'd have been entitled to almost 3/4 of a year of vacation pay. That's at a buyout at my then salary as a senior attorney, which was way above what I had, I was making when I first initially started to re-earn those hours. At the time that we made the decision, I think the payout was a prudent move, and I still think that way. But moving forward, I want to ensure that our vacation accruals do not happen again. And I would like to make sure that direct the superintendent at the appropriate time to make sure that we do not accrue vacation hours at such a rate that we have to have a huge cash buyout. As Mr. Fine has said, failing to act is not appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wu. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you both very much for your comments, and I appreciate the dire nature of the warnings. I hope we don't have to care about that level of detail, because I don't want to experience this, and I want to do everything I can to avoid that outcome. One thing I think that it's maybe difficult for our community to understand is sort of how we develop budgets and how we make spending decisions as a district, and the fact that most of our expenditures are allocated pursuant to employee contracts, and we're not able to make unilateral decisions on a lot of things, and very appropriately so, because our labor partners give, their unions give their employees a strong voice that's critical in issues of pay and benefits and working conditions. But given that we do have constraints around what we can do unilaterally, again, appropriately so, what do you think are our options? I mean, we don't we don't control, we only control what's within our control, I suppose. So what else? I mean, what else can we do in absence of an agreement?
Kind of a loaded question. So let me take the chicken way out and make a comment about Trustee Wu's comment. First, why I think about the answer to yours. We can debate the vacation payout issue, but it is an example of my point that leadership failed, governance failed years ago when they didn't enforce what likely, and I actually don't know this, but I'm assuming a board policy and a collective bargaining agreement provision that ultimately did address accruals. When that was allowed not to just get out of hand, that would be a great example that ultimately manifests itself in a fiscal matter with a great liability that a decision was made then to reduce that liability, right? And it puts you in an awkward spot. Certainly has put you in a spot to be criticized. It sent cash out the door that you're now maybe wishing you still had the cash, those kinds of things. However, there's no question it saved you money to Trustee Wu's in the long run. It absolutely was a cost savings action and so on. I probably didn't buy myself enough time. So very difficult question, right? Beyond difficult, and certainly for an outsider to address that, I can only do that from a theory standpoint. I actually believe you have far more control than maybe is always represented. Yes, your collective bargaining agreement, I say this all the time when I'm teaching, the number one influence on your revenue is the state budget. The number one influence on your expenditures is the collective bargaining agreement. Every word in the collective bargaining, I tell business folks when we're training them, you must know that collective bargaining agreement as well as anybody in human resources because every word in there is tied to dollars and cents. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. That's the nature of the collective bargaining agreement. And so it is important, and decisions were made, and you as a group may not have made those decisions or have chosen to make a different decision over time along the way. But what you have is a collection of decisions that you and your labor partners have made, and you need to honor those or get back to the table and talk about what hurdles that they represent. I'm not familiar enough with the details around class size in your collective bargaining. Probably 3 months ago, I could have answered this question with more clarity, but I didn't come tonight with that detail, with the ability to pull that detail up in my head. With respect to what does it call for class sizes versus what your staffing and what your ratios are, those kinds of things. There are opportunities always to fine-tune those in many respects. However, I don't know that I start there. I think there's a number of places you can start. Number one, it's always helpful to look at your peers. Where are you an outlier to your peers? You may be absolutely in line with so many things, but there are probably some cost elements that I'm going to guess you're an outlier at. And I'm going to guess that because you're having budget difficulty, right? You're having trouble balancing the budget, and it's resulting in fiscal crisis and distress. And you've got peers around you that aren't in that same situation, right? So that's often a good place to start. Look for the outliers. And there are lots of tools out there to help you do that. And then a deeper dive into each of those outliers. I think what it does is helps bring a quick focus to some things. They are often low-hanging fruit, but nonetheless some quick items. You are completely in charge of your administrative functions. To the extent that your administrators are represented, though, and not represented in some cases, but obviously living within those confines. And I'm not jumping to layoff. That's not where I was headed. I'm just talking about how you structure that, what that coverage looks like, applying the long-held management theories of span of control and line authority and all those theories of management and leadership. Well, those are really management theories, right? And how those are applied, are those rich? Are those not so rich in this district? Limited span of control, those kinds of things. And not only from the top, but certainly in the middle levels and so on. How do you compare staffing in not the classroom, because I think that's the last place to the extent you can, that you want to focus on. But how do you compare in staffing to those other support areas? Health services, counseling, noon duty. How do you compare in your district office to the support levels that your schools have come to rely on? Whether that's in HR, the business services, or a variety of areas. Is your food service, and I apologize, I can't remember, Michelle, food services has a contribution? No contribution? Okay. So just double checking, because I would say that needs attention immediately. There's no reason that this district's food service can't operate and pay its own bills and not have a contribution, but the experts behind me have assured me that's not the case. So there's a variety of things to look at there. To start, it's really you and your staff that are the experts in that subject, but having a discussion around those outliers, doing some quick comparisons, using some of the tools that are readily available in the marketplace to do that is a start. But ultimately, you do have say, and you do have control. Yes, you need to honor those agreements that you have. Those are important. Or identify why there's an element that's a hurdle and sit down using those relationships, sit down and talk about that with your partners as is there an alternative to X, and to break that hurdle down.
Superintendent Gordon, can you speak to the outliers that Mr. Fine has mentioned in relation to neighboring districts?
Excuse me. Well, as we've talked about before, and I refer back to the fact-finding report from your last negotiations, the major outlier you see in there is the cost of health benefits relative to the comparison districts that were chosen for the fact-finding report, which were 3 comparable districts which were chosen by the parties as comparisons, and the healthcare costs across those four districts is one for which there is some substantial documentation.
And I'll give you other examples if that's helpful. So workers' comp, and this isn't a benefit level issue in workers' comp, that's established in law, right? But where are you? Do you have more claims than others? Are they more expensive claims? Are they the same back injuries over and over and over again? Are they higher claims in your teacher ranks than in your custodial ranks? There's indicators there of issues that can be corrected. Every one of those are dollars and cents out of your general fund, right? Look at the non-staffing pieces, the 4,000, what we commonly say the 4 through 6s, which are object codes, 4,000 through object code 6,000. You know, where are you with instructional supplies? Where are you with other types of expenses? And comparing those. Those, keep in mind, especially in your current situation, those represent less than 15 cents of every dollar you're spending. Okay, so they're a little nitpicky in some cases, granted, right? The example that Superintendent Gordon's given you is in the millions, right? But when you get to these other things, they represent a smaller piece of the pie. Oftentimes they're much easier, though, to deal with, a lot less emotion attached to them as well, and they are completely under your control in many, many cases. So the 4s, the 5s, you probably have very little 6s in your general fund, which is capital. Most of that's probably in your capital funds. We've talked before, the fiscal health risk analysis we did, and currently the county's under contract with somebody to do a special ed review. You've got some opportunities, I think, clearly in that area with respect to how you lead and manage your special ed programs, how you staff them, how you're consistent in that, what the approach is to the referral process, the reliance on your professionals' judgment in that case, the assignment of additional services, and the exiting of those additional services, and that whole variety of topics. And you've got a report, I don't know what the timing is on it, but it's got to be fairly soon, coming out that I think will be very helpful to you. That would be an example. Those reports typically compare you to others at least statewide numbers and probably countywide numbers in some cases that would identify some potential outliers as well.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Board Member Pritchett.
I'm sorry, may I
Oh.
follow up?
Board Member Morowski has a follow-up question.
Oh, just to follow up on that advice, I feel somewhat comforted because I think those are the things that we have done and are looking. So I just wanted to clarify that, this is not news to us of, new things that, I think we are trying not to leave anything on the table.
Right.
So we have gone through, I think many, if not all of those exercises. I did have one other specific question. I can wait until.
go ahead.
Okay. One question about how is the board ideally supposed to monitor our cash flow to make sure that's accurate and to not be, caught off guard? I mean, what is our responsibility and how can we do that in a way that makes sense without getting into kind of managerial accounting?
Great question. So, and I apologize, I don't know what your custom is here, if it's monthly financial reports or only interim reports. That varies widely across the state, very candidly, about how frequently boards are updated. But as part of your interim report process, your budget adoption interim report processing, there's a cash flow statement in there. I think in your situation, you should be asking for that each month. It'll be updated by your staff each month. And right now, the county and its fiscal advisor are actively involved in that process. So I think as long as they have reviewed that and worked through it, there's a high level of confidence and credibility in that. I would simply ask for it to be brought to you each month in a setting and walk through. I think after you've spent a little bit of time with it the first time on how it's oriented, what it means and all that, you won't need to spend nearly as much time subsequently, right? But seeing the update each month in this current environment, I would highly recommend that. Just simply agendize it. You don't need to approve it. It's just a discussion on a reporting type of item. It's not something I think you need to approve, so you don't need to worry about that oversight role. You would be playing an oversight role by reviewing it and asking questions in many respects.
Thank you.
I think, if you allow me, in addition to your earlier question, several of your labor partners have identified some opportunities as well. And even President Ryan in her early comments, spoke to some of that. Those are other things to look at. From their perspective, obviously, they see some opportunities. Whether those are outliers or not, you'd have to study those. But, those are certainly things, because they're your partners, right? To listen to those suggestions, to see what's viable. Maybe certain levels aren't viable, but the idea of doing something in a given area is. So those are also areas that you can focus some time on, that I know you already have.
Thank you. Board Member Pritchett, followed by Vice President Minnick.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you to my board colleagues for your good questions, and thank you both for this presentation. These decisions that we are going to make will affect our students. We have to find a way to come together, right? It just can't continue down this road. And you're right, Mr. Fine, that we haven't seen the worst of it. It's going to get a lot worse before we see it get better, right? But our students deserve better. We cannot continue down this road. I can't even, I'm at a loss for words, really, at where we're at today, right? And Superintendent Gordon, I'm surprised you didn't start your speech with, "I told you so," to be honest. I'm glad that you said that this isn't a new problem, right? We've seen many cuts throughout the years. I've been on this board for 6 years, and my very first year on this board, we closed 7 schools, proposed 11, closed 7. Did it fix our problem? Short time. I'm still here. I'm not gone. And we're back in the same situation, right? It's going to hurt our students. There used to be a banner that used to sit right behind me on the board. It said, "Putting students first." I would like to find that banner and put it back up so it encourages all to keep following that mantra, putting students first. Adult problems are hurting our students. I've received many, many emails, phone calls. I've met with people in my community. I've heard the concerns. I've seen the tagline, the bureaucratic bloat that's been the tagline of many of the emails. I'm glad that you talked about the outliers, because if you compare the Cerna Center and our administration that's here to the neighboring districts, we are running very slim here. We are looking within. Once again, we have to put our students first. Despite the superintendent receiving a positive evaluation, and he agreed to waive his increase until we had a positive outcome, I would like to officially request that we place a freeze on his merit increase until we resolve our budget. This is a way that we can continue our efforts of putting students first.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Minnick.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you both. I'm sure Superintendent Gordon, you're probably enjoying this conversation as much as we are, because you stand a lot to risk in this process too. We really appreciate all the energy that you're putting into this, and your staff. We really appreciate that. And I really appreciate, Mr. Fines, your kind of analysis and clarity through this. And I want to go back to one of the things that you mentioned about comparing. This isn't a question, but as we compare ourselves to similar districts, our peers, per se, as I think about how we're, like my colleague, Member Pritchett said, ensuring that we're always putting the needs of our kids first, putting the needs of kids over the wants of adults, and that's why we're here, is to make sure that our students get what they need. And I appreciate Member Pritchett's mention of how we've heard from members of the community concerned about our administrative costs, and I know that through the audits or the reviews that we've gotten from external folks, such as both of your organizations, we know that our administrative costs are lower than our neighboring districts. It's lower than the average state, and we're running a really lean program of administrators here. But we also need to ensure that we are, in our time of such limited resources, that we're making sure that every possible chance we're putting our resources to what benefits our kids. And so what I would like to ask of maybe our superintendent maybe in the form of a resolution that you could bring back to us, is a temporary cap on the percentage of our administrative costs. Even though I know we're running a lean ship, and there's we're doing what we can with limited resources, I think that we're at a situation where we need our community to know that our focus of our resources is on our kids, and that they can trust us without skepticism, without concern that we could add administrative costs during a time where we're so lean in all these other areas. So if we could bring something forward that we could, publicly let the community know that we are limiting our administrative costs to the percentage that we're at now, at least while we go through this process until we have the means to do otherwise. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice President Minnick. I think that's an outstanding idea. And building on that, there are a couple items that I want to bring up. I know our Labor Management Consortium partners aren't here this evening, but they have repeatedly said that we need to lean into the area of achieving healthcare savings and that they are willing to do their part and are a part of active conversations about what that can look like. They have also talked about the 2010 catastrophic cuts that Board Member Pritchett alluded to, and the lack of equity in layoffs, this idea that we need to expand the definition of the classroom since our students are supported by our wonderful educators, but also our custodians, our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, and really wanting us to, as we try to find a path forward to fiscal solvency and a balanced budget, be thoughtful and intentional around what equity means, even in the face of having to make cuts. And so with that, I've heard a set of themes tonight from board members. I think we heard Board Member Minnick call for a resolution. I think that's a very smart idea. I think part of what we're looking for is a path forward given the urgency of now. Mr. Fine, you said when you presented to us a few months ago, we did not have the luxury of another hour or minute, and that we needed to act post haste. And so I would like to charge the superintendent with the request that for the next board meeting, you come back with a resolution. I think you've heard the theme that relationships are key, and that relationships built on a set of shared goals towards achieving savings will be our only path forward. And so I would like to see, based on the board member pieces of feedback that I heard tonight, a resolution that we can adopt with a focus on saving our schools that has the key areas that were touched upon by each of the key board members. And I think I've captured them, but if I haven't, please let me know if anything needs to be added. We heard from Vice President Wu about the monitoring of vacation accrual and wanting to have a clear policy around that based on the best practice. I appreciate, Mike Fine, you sharing that we've saved money, but we need to have a practice moving forward to avoid this scenario in out years. I've heard that we need to have a clear path for budget monitoring from Board Member Morawski, who has began the good work through the FICTAC, and we'll be meeting again next week on February 28th. I would like to see that clearly articulated in the resolution. I would like to see the request that Board Member Pritchett made around a freeze on the superintendent's salary until we can get to a place of balancing the budget. I think that in good faith, that is absolutely necessary. I would also like to call for central office administrative expenditures being articulated with clear cuts and a sense of a commitment towards the cuts that are employed, both those that have been made and will be employed to that end. And finally, I want to add in the two items that I talked about that the LMC is not here to mention tonight, the achieving healthcare savings and the focus on equity and layoffs. And so I think that that captures everything. Is there anything that, okay. So at this time, we're going to open it up to public comment.
We have 4 public comments. If you could stand up when you hear your name called, please, in order. Liz Guillen, followed by David Fisher, Troy Flint, and Nikki Malivsky.
Good evening. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Good evening, board members and superintendent, pardon me. The budget and the Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP, are linked and should be linked at the hip. Your approved LCAP for this year shows $77 million in LCFF funding that are being used to increase or improve services. To the extent that is the full amount of the district's supplemental and concentration funding, that obligation doesn't go away to increase or improve services. While existing bargaining agreements govern spending for the period of time of the agreements, future agreements do not trump this obligation. And so there is opportunity and flexibility, I suppose you could say, in terms of your ability to collaborate with your labor partners. You can and you should take into your collaboration discussions this obligation that you have, that at least 77 million, or however much your supplemental and concentration funding is, has to be used to increase or improve. Of course, changing an existing agreement will take collaboration, and as President Ryan just articulated, making these changes through the lens of equity will serve as you try to meet your obligations under LCFF. I stand to support you as much as I can in this process, but I will also be reminding you of your obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guillen. Mr. Fisher?
Good evening. David Fisher, President of Sacramento City Teacher Association and parent of 2 children in the district. Back in September, then again in December, and then as recently as January 18th, we presented a plan to representatives of the district, a budget reduction plan that, based on the scrubbed numbers or newest numbers of the district's first interim budget, that the plan at the end of the 3-year term met the minimum requirements in 2019-20 and 2021 for the reserve to get us out from under this potential state takeover. Our suggested response first factored in the additional revenue that was projected by Governor Newsom's January 2019 budget. With those additional revenues, 3 basic reductions resolved the district's self-inflicted budget crisis. Number 1, reduce administrative spending out of the general fund dollars by approximately 20%, equal to about $8 million. Now, there's been talk about how many administrators there were. We had a list of 119 that you provided, then you provided another list of 220. It's now at 270, so even if we go back to the second list, or they could, people can go in the classroom, combination of compensation cuts can get us there, and it's also within your control. Reduce outside contracts, membership fees, travel, consulting contracts, and especially legal fees that have more than doubled last year by $4.2 million, if you do that in 2019 and 2020 and 21. Addition, reallocate the retiree health insurance overfunding that I assume you're aware of, that you over budget $8.5 million per year. If you do that in 2018-19 and 19-20 and 20-21, those reductions, moreover, don't take into account immediate cost reductions that could be achieved by rescinding the vacation payouts that you were talking about for administrators, or other places where immediate savings could be achieved, including the eliminating of the outside attorneys for labor relations. Those are within your control now. None of them require any long and arduous negotiating, and that would get us out from under the state takeover that's hanging over us right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. And I know that you responded to several of those items in the SCTA proposal, Superintendent Gordon and your team. I would like to request that we post those online. I know that there was some difference in the numbers that were costed out by your team versus SCTA's numbers, but there are some savings. So I absolutely think, in the spirit of transparency, those should be posted and made publicly available as soon as possible.
Troy Flint, Sacramento resident, Area 2. Actually hadn't planned to speak tonight, but when I heard the presentation, it created a sort of deja vu for me as someone who hasn't always lived in Sacramento, but formerly was a resident in Oakland and an employee of that school district. So I know some of the negative consequences that arise from a state takeover. And Oakland, almost 16 years after the state took over in 2003, is still experiencing the fallout and some of the impacts of the decisions that were made under state administrator, as well as the distrust that bred in the community because of the dislocation, the lack of accountability, and the lack of involvement that the community had with many transformative decisions that were made under state administrator, under the leadership of the state administrator, is at the root of some some of the problems that they're experiencing today. When the state leadership came in 2003, Oakland was about $30 million in the hole at that time, not so different from Sac City. They were extended a line of credit of about $100 million. And so they were $30 million in the hole. The state came in and ran up the tab for about another $70 million, and the district still owes $36 million currently, and still hasn't recovered from that breach of trust. So I would encourage you to do everything possible to make the difficult choices as board members, even though that will invite a lot of condemnation and derision from the public. But I assure you that the alternative is worse. And at the same time, I would urge the board and also the entire community to do what they can to address the core issue, which is the underfunding of public schools in California that forces us into these false choices.
Thank you, Troy. I appreciate your comments. Do we have any other public comments at this time? Oh, Ms. Molesky.
Good evening, members of the board. Nikki Malevsky from the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And I'm afraid I may start coughing when I'm speaking. I'll do my best. This is day 7 of a sickness that can only get better, right? Anyway, one of the things that I take away from what Mike Fine shared with you is that you have the power as board members to do a lot, to seek a lot of information, to ask a lot of questions, and to make a lot of decisions. When you ask questions, things like, hey, what administrators did staff really cut? Can you give me a list? And you're not given a list by your staff, you have to demand that list, and you are owed that list. When you're told that budgets are being cut, and you look at those budget documents and you don't see cuts being made, you need to look into that. You need to ask those questions. When the public is telling you that the district has completely closed down access to information about its budget, you need to get in there and make sure that those documents become public again. Because that's what needs to be done, because that's what's right. And you have the power to do these things. When your staff is telling you that your administrative costs are low in Sac City Unified, and you look around the Cerner Center and you go, huh, wow, really? We have less administrators than other districts? When you compare our org chart to others, really? We have less administrators? Boy, looks like we have a lot more administrators. You need to ask the questions about what does the district staff mean when they say their administrative costs are low? What does administrative costs mean? What is that they're quoting to you? And what they're quoting to you is what the CDE allows you to skim off of grants, and it is specifically the cost of personnel and supplies, which are administrative in nature and do not have a direct relationship to the support of students in the programs.
Thank you, Ms. Malevsky.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
These are not the number of administrators in the district office or how much money they spend.
I
That's
assure you,
not the
Ms.
administrative
Molesky,
cost.
we appreciate your input, and we are taking those questions very seriously. Many of those questions are the questions that Chair Morowski and the FTAC committee has been raising. And once again, I ask that we post the SCOE responses because some of those questions are addressed directly within the SCOE responses to SCTA's submitted questions. I just want to close out before we move on to the next item. Oh, by first hearing from Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. First, I just want to say thank you to Troy and Liz and the SCTA reps, David and Nikki, for coming up here for your comments. I also want to take this time to thank Superintendent Gordon and Mike Fine just for your expertise and really painting for us just a stark reality of where Sac City Unified School District is. Our students need equity and opportunity. And I think from your presentation, it is clear to me and our board that we can't do that with the state takeover. No one joins the school board so that they can have to make these type of reductions. And I know it's going to get extremely hard. You know, I started my work in the community, working on education as a community organizer, trying to stop school closures in my district. You know, every day I think about our teachers, our students, and our families. I am the oldest of 16 kids. I went to school in this school district. I've seen where public education has fell, but I've also seen some really bright spots. When I do my class visits weekly in my area, and after I visit our teachers and I step out of the classroom, there's always one question that I ask myself. Are we providing everything we possibly can to ensure that our teachers and our students have all the resources at their disposal so that our students can reach their full potential? And my answer is always no. We don't have enough resources, as hard as we're trying to fight to allocate them. I know that there are consequences that are going to lie ahead if we don't work together to realize savings and to address the deficit. As we heard earlier, a takeover is definitely not an option. I think Troy spoke very eloquently about this regarding Oakland as well, right? That they were taken over by the state, and right now they're recovering, and they're also proposing to close schools. Simply for Sac City Unified School District, we just do not have time. I think the energy, the fire, the activism from our teachers, from our community members, from our parents, from our students, we all need to harness that fire. And we all really need to work as a team to bring the fight really to the state level. I think it's a disgrace that we are in California, the 5th largest economy, and we are 41st in funding. That is a disgrace, right? There is a disinvestment in public education. Local control is important to me, but we can't have true local control, and we can't execute an equity agenda when there is deep mistrust, and when we know that the revenues cannot meet the ongoing costs of our school district. Our teachers deserve everything at their disposal, and our students in Sac City Unified School District, our Black and brown students, our students with special needs, our English language learners, our foster youth, our homeless youth, they deserve the very best. I am hopeful through the presentation that you shared with us today that there is a bright spot. There is a path to solvency. And I am hopeful that all the labor partners are going to come together to really solve this crisis. It is our job to address the short-term and the long-term path to solvency. And I'm hopeful. I am hopeful because we have a superintendent that's laser focused on equity. We have a board that is united, that do not want the state to take over. The majority of our school board members have children in the school district. I have 32 cousins and nieces and nephews in the school district. We are incredibly invested. We love the school district, and we're going to do everything we possibly can to ensure that there's not a state takeover, even if it means making tough choices. You know, I'm calling on community partners. I'm calling on all of our teachers, all labor partners, our, elected leaders at the state level, right? I think it's easy to say, hey, we stand on either side, right? But I think it takes courage to step up and realize that we have a disinvestment in public education. And for our state leaders to also step up to the plate and say, look, we need to stop spending money on, criminal justice. We need to spend money in education. And that's where the conversation and the energy needs to be. And I hope that, anyone who's listening, whether that's our parents, our community members, folks outside, to really hear my plea as someone who is a daughter of Hmong refugees, someone who has seen how broken the system is, that I don't want our teachers and our school district and parents and students to be at each other. I think we all need to harness our fire and really take this fight to the state level. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. Board Member Garcia.
Well, that will be exactly follow that. I just am absorbing a lot of the information that was presented to us, and being very new to this board, just really thinking about this as the parent that I am of 2 girls in 4th grade, and what it means that the state receivership would do to their education in so many thousands of kids that we have in our school district. It means that for the rest of their academic career in Sac Unified, our district would struggle to fund programs critical to their success, to the success of their peers. And I'm also reminded that there are so many great parents out there that that volunteer in our schools, that contribute to restore some of those programs that we want to see for our kids. And so many of our parents can do that, and reminded that so many of our parents cannot do that. And I don't want to be part of a process that gets us closer to state receivership. I want to make sure that I do everything that I can to turn every single page, every single line item to really understand what is it that we're budgeting for, because our budget is a policy document. It reflects our priorities and our policies. And I want to make sure that we're asking questions, not because we are questioning whether it's something that's valuable, but at the same time questioning whether it's something that is necessary at this time and we can afford. And be realistic about that, because we can't afford everything. And we're going to have to make those choices every single board meeting, where we're going to pick and choose programs, which ones get funded and which ones don't, because we just have very limited resources. And yes, Board Member Vang, I want to join you in, and the rest of the community. I want to walk arm in arm with my colleagues, with the superintendent, with our labor partners, and talking about the bigger question about inadequate funding for our public school system. But I can't have that conversation with a straight face when we are not willing to make the necessary changes of how we spend our dollars at the local level. I can't do that. But I think together we can identify some of those priorities and some of those goals moving forward for the day that we have additional resources. But we need to sit down and talk. We need to sit down and listen to each other, and to really embrace our ideas, and to realize that they won't all happen tomorrow, not the next day, because whether or not we end up in state receivership, cuts are coming. And it's just not this year, it's next year, and those compound. We're going to see programs go away, and then more programs, and then more programs, and we're going to lose access to music, to science courses, any type of enrichment opportunity that our kids so desperately need, especially our kids in underrepresented student groups. Kids like me that didn't have those opportunities growing up, and that I see with such joy my daughters have. And I just want that for all kids. And I too plead with our community members, our partners, help us ensure that our kids have the very best that we can afford at this time, but also help us come up with the goals and investing for better times. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia, and thank you, Board Member Vang, for your passionate statement. You know, I think one of the things that was said earlier was that Superintendent Gordon has said to us in a very direct and forceful way that you have warned us for years that the budget practices that we have employed, the obligations that we have historically had, have not been sustainable. And I think what I'm very aware of is that we have had leadership that has often been comfortable in budgeting using one-time money that comes in from the governor and budgeting on a philosophy of hope, hoping that the resources would materialize that would allow us to sustain our commitments. And then those leaders would move on. And I think what we know is different about today's board is that 4 of our 7 board members have young children in the schools. A 5th has siblings in the school district. Our superintendent has 4 children in the school district. And so we can't look our children in the faces and say that we are taking quick, easy fixes that get us through a year but do nothing to deal with the structural challenges that result in inequities across our districts. When we heard from Member Garcia talking about access to music and arts education, yes, that happens. If you're lucky enough to go to a school that has an active PTA that fundraises to provide those supports. I was reminded of Sly Park recently by a teacher and our superintendent's own children going on their Sly Park field trip. Well, I was one of those children that, as one of my 8 schools in Sac City, as part of a struggling single welfare mother household, had to have my mother sell things at a flea market and hawk her prized possession, a guitar, so I could pay for my Sly Park field trip. And even then, I didn't have warm clothing because I couldn't afford to go out and buy the clothing associated with this field trip that was meant to be the seminal experience in my elementary school years. How is this okay? How is it decades later and nothing has changed? That your zip code determines your destiny, that if you are lucky enough to live in a school where you can draw in additional resources, then perhaps you'll have a better shot at life. And the one thing we know hasn't changed, and Mike Fine articulated this, and the FCMAT report of 2006 articulated this, is that in 2006, 91 cents on every dollar was spent towards salary and benefits. And today, despite an influx of LCFF revenue, with increased obligations, 91 cents on every dollar continues to be spent for those things. And so until we figure out a way to challenge this notion of being 41st in the nation, to reprioritize our budget, we will not meet the needs of our students, and we cannot do that alone. And so I just want to finish before we move on to the next item in saying, when you hear individuals say that we have a charge before us to balance the budget and avoid state receivership, and we cannot go home to our own children, let alone the thousands of children across the district, if we achieve anything less than budget solvency. A budget is a statement of our values. So what do we value? Why aren't students the first thing that we say as part of every budget decision, as part of every consideration, as part of every savings cut or efficiency? Because at the end of the day, absolutely, we love our employees and we have to ensure that we build trust. But students are the one constituency that don't often have a voice and yet are what have built this district. And so I hope that you will be a part of pushing us to make sure that students are at the center of everything we do. So we're moving on to item 9.1, sorry, actually 8.0, which is general public comment.
If you could line up when you hear your name called, please. We'll take them in order. David Fisher, followed by Angel Garcia, Naomi Roberts, Kenya Martinez, Cecile Nunley, Angie Sutherland.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening again. David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. I'm hearing a lot of talk about relationships tonight, which don't disagree with. Relationships are important. It does kind of appear that the district doesn't take much responsibility in the strained relationships. In addition to the backtracking on our agreement and then the district deciding subsequently to sue the teachers instead of going to our binding arbitration, which is in our contract, that is something that strains relationships. Also seem to be ignoring the publicity stunt, the empty chair, when a chair was laid out here purposely just to make people feel bad, and bringing in people's kids to the conversation was also not something that engendered a lot of goodwill. And even now, you continue to try to determine who can be on our bargaining team, the size of our bargaining team, where we can meet, how big the room has to be, and that adds strain to our relationship. As set forth in the proposals that we sunshined at the school board meeting February 7, 2019, we believe meaningful negotiations regarding a successor contract will be more likely to occur and be more fruitful after we get some major issues out of the way in the current contract, which, by the way, if the district hadn't sued us, we'd already have a resolution. Speaking of funds to the students, absolutely. That's why the district and the union agreed to find healthcare savings so that those savings go to the students. Signed agreement, mayor's writing, you got the district refuses to implement the agreement so that the healthcare savings that you've been talking about, that everyone's complaining about, or the cost, should be going to students. We found it. We set the goals. It should be going to the students, but you're not allowing that to happen. In addition, the district has taken information off off your website. We can't get information about FICMET reports. Things are being blocked. I'll finish up here quickly. And so we're having a hard time hearing that it's about us not sitting down when we've been trying over and over to sit down. In short, I'll finish up here. While we believe it would be premature and perhaps counterproductive to start long, arduous negotiations for a successor contract, we believe that we need to sit down. We reiterate our offer to meet with a committee of our own choosing, with representatives of the districts, including the SCOE fiscal advisor, who has the authority to approve district agreements, to discuss our plan to fix the district's budget and to avoid state takeover to save our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Cecile?
Well, good evening. I'm sure this will be the first of many visits here. But good evening, and thank you
Not
so
the
much.
first of many, it's the 101st of many.
101st of many. One of the things that I have a concern about, there are a few opening agreements with your bargaining units tonight. I believe it's the Teamsters and Teamsters supervisors. Again, there's no backup. When I was at the last board meeting, SCTA, they had their sunshining of the agreement, and again, there was no backup. However, I did have to ask for it, and Trustee Wu was very gracious to give it to me. Now that I've had a chance to look at it, I'm looking at it, and literally, if I'm not mistaken, every single article of that contract is being opened and being sunshined for negotiation, and also the appendices are being opened, as well as several other things. I count 36 items that SCTA wants to negotiate. When I compare that with the admin contract, they only had 7 items that they wanted to open. SEIU only had 3 items that they wanted to negotiate. So it seems highly unusual that one bargaining or one labor partner would have so many items open. It almost feels punitive because, and maybe that's just the reflection of the trust, which everyone has been talking about, but it's so unusual to say, let's open the entire contract. And I just feel that that's a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley. We appreciate your thoughts. Hi, Angel.
Hi, Board President, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Angel Garcia, and I am a mother of children in the district. I'm also a member of the Coalition for Students with Disabilities. Today, I wanted to talk about including the disability community, which includes students and parents and families, into budget discussions around special education. Governor Newsom proposed of $576 million in Proposition 98 funding, and of which $186 million are going to be proposed for one-time funds to support expanded special education services and school readiness supports at LEAs with high percentages of students with disabilities. And so this could really be an opportunity for our district to really serve and supplement the services for students with disabilities. I was looking at the Advisory Commission on Special Education, and they talked about the special education concentration grant proposal in the governor's proposed budget, and they were talking about, you know, how we can use it for a variety of things, and flexible things like mental health services, which we've talked about a lot, the subpar mental health services that the special ed department has been providing our kids, transition planning, which is, you know, really non-existent and needs to be beefed up. We know that our workability program here has had many cuts. We didn't have one last summer. And so, you know, work-based learning opportunities is something that we can be thinking about. MTSS, we've been hearing a lot about MTSS. We have yet to hear what that really means and how that looks for our district. And so I'm urging that when those discussions happen and decisions are made, that community members are given the opportunity to provide input for things that we've been asking for expanding our special education services so our students are effectively served and they can progress. So thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia, and we sincerely hope that the governor's budget proposal keeps that special education expenditure through the May revise.
Hello, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm also with the Coalition for Students with Disabilities. And the spring is already underway, and a lot of different committees are meeting, including the Community Advisory Committee, trying to make a difference. And just want to bring up that last year, some of the members of the CAC, including myself, were very vocal about the district failing to meet their legal obligation in terms of engaging the Community Advisory Committee in special education planning. So throughout the 2017-18 school year, they did not engage the CAC in the annual planning process, and that's required in Ed Code 56194. And for members to recommend annual priorities, that's what that Ed Code is. And then also the district did not engage the CAC in a regular schedule of consultations regarding policy and budget development. That is required in Ed Code 56205. And it also is supposed to include representatives of special education and general education teachers and administrators selected by the groups they represent. I don't know if that part happened behind the scenes or didn't happen at all, but it's not okay that if it didn't happen. And we know it didn't happen with the CAC. Since we were not consulted, many of the members resigned in mass protest in April. And after that, the district did not ensure the continued establishment of the CAC. They didn't get back together until September. So they created the annual plan and budget plan on their own without any input of the CAC. And we did have this on our agenda starting in January, and nothing was ever brought to us. And
If you can
I
please
just
wrap
want
up,
to
Ms.
ask
Sutherland.
that this year that you as a board will not approve the annual plan unless the CAC and the required stakeholders are engaged. This will happen in about June. And don't forget that students with disabilities are not just a number. They make up foster youth, low-income youth, English language learners, and all the different ethnicities. And a lot of the students are the lowest performing students in the district. So if you really want to help the students, you need to involve the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutherland.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kenya Martinez. I'm going to read a statement that a parent asked me to share. I, Naomi Roberts, a parent from Sacramento, New Technology High School, would like to make a statement to the board regarding a complaint I made in December 2018 to remind you. It is in regards to the non-compliance issues regarding service minutes owed to students with IEPs and the fact that they were at the time without an RSP teacher. In December, you recognized my complaint, sending me immediately to speak with Stefan Brown. I formally filed a complaint with his department. I also met with Becky Bryant in December 2018 to voice my complaint and was informed by Ms. Bryant that an investigation will be conducted. It is now the latter part of February, and I have not been informed of anything. I've confronted Chad Schweitzer when on campus at Sacramento New Tech twice, and his attitude is not in favor of the students or their families, in my opinion. I'm asking you now, who is accountable to the students and their families? I have been in compliance to your protocol, and now I'm asking that you please respond to our families and demand answers. Thank you for your time, Naomi Roberts.
Kenya, can you make sure that we get Naomi's contact information to Nathaniel so that we can follow up? We thought that this issue had already been resolved. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Board member Minnick has.
I have a public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
As I said, my name is Kenya Martinez. I really feel that, so good evening, board members. Board Member Vang, I completely agree with your statement. I really feel that the school district needs to change their tagline, Sacramento City Unified School District, where students come last. What I see happening as a parent, as a community member, as I attend meetings throughout the Sacramento region, like ACE, like at Alta Regional, like at Crowd. I can go on and on about the meetings that I attend as a parent and as an advocate for students with disabilities. This district is completely siloed. Teachers are not working in conjunction with site administrators. Site administrators are not working with teachers. Board members are not coming to sites to see what is happening at our schools. I believe we're in this fiscal crisis issue because of that, because we are so deeply siloed. I am asking you as a board, I am begging you, I'm pleading with you, if you want the state not to take over, you're going to have to come out of this ivory tower. Administrators are going to have to come out of this ivory tower and actually see what is happening on the ground. I see it every day. Every day I am basically break into tears when I hear the stories that are happening to parents at the site level. So I am, again, asking, pleading for you to come out of this ivory tower, see what's happening at the site level, visit your school districts, not scheduled, but definitely as a surprise to see what's going on at the site level. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. And we have one more public comment?
We actually have two. One is Lorraine Pryor, and the other is Allegra Taylor.
Oh, yes, and while Lorraine comes to the podium, we'll go ahead and have Board Member Minnick
Thank
make
you,
his comment.
President Ryan. I just wanted to, the last few speakers speaking as parents of students in our special ed programs. You know, I know our staff has been very focused on our budget situation and trying to deal with all these things. And it was a reminder that we got to make sure we don't lose sight of some of these other things that we know that staff are working on. Yeah. And so I feel like I would like to request in the next 3 to 4 meetings that we have another update on where we are with the special ed audit. Because I know that a lot of work has been done, and I feel like we end up sometimes going down this rabbit hole of only talking about the budget. And I know there's been a lot of improvements, changes, a lot of work's been done. And I want to make sure that we put that, and if I don't say it out loud now, I may forget to mention it, but I want to make sure that gets on a future agenda soon.
I'm looking to Dr. Taylor. I absolutely agree. We need an update on the progress made towards meeting some of the recommendations for the special education audit. And I'm sorry that Superintendent Gordon left, but I know that SCOE is also providing some support for the long-term issues in addressing our special education deficiencies. So I would love to hear what we're doing as a district, how we're bringing in some of our outside partners to meet the needs and address the recommendations of the audit. And I think it would be appropriate, as Board Member Minnick said, in the next month to 2 months. Thank you. Lorraine, we're starting your time now.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Lorraine Pryor, Black Youth Leadership Project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you once again. I'm just going to piggyback on Ms. Martinez and what she said. So I rarely make comments on Facebook, but I do see a lot. And what I've seen from some of your teachers in this district and what I've seen, the comments going back and forth on Facebook, it's not a good look. You all have damaged the trust, and without trust, you can't build relationships. So I would encourage you all to figure out a way of how to bring people at the table genuinely so that they're not feeling like they're playing defense or that you're on the offense or you're trying to get in your trick bag and figure out how you can manipulate the situation. This is going to take some real genuine relationship building. It's going to take coming to the table and maybe bringing in a mediator to figure out how you all can fix this mess. It's a hot mess. I rarely say anything. I watch the videos from some of your teachers. I see the letters that they're putting up, the different things that probably should be internal documents. I see those too. And I'm just like, Mama used to say, don't let outside folks know what the family business is. And y'all's business is hanging out all in the street. And so I'm just asking you all to really take a step back. I don't know if it's ego-driven. I don't know if it's the one-upsmanship. I don't really know, but I know that our kids are getting screwed in the process. So I'm going to need somebody to put on their big boy, big girl panties, and let's handle this business because it's a mess. And if y'all need someone from my crew to come in and sit with y'all, I'm ready to come. I'm ready to do it. So just let
Thank
me know
you.
how I can help, okay?
Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. And I think your call for an outside mediator is a good one.
All righty then. Hello, board. So I've always been curious as to where's the money? Where is the money when it comes to our kids? You know, my advocacy work in the city of Sacramento started here at this school district. My son's 23 years old, and I advocated on his behalf. It is a crying shame that I am here today having to stand up for our youth of today. Where is the money? How can you take 91% of 100% and spend it on salaries? What the heck do you expect to do with that little chump change that y'all got left over for our kids? Nothing. You're not going to accomplish nothing with that. So when you're looking at budgeting and all these cuts that you need to make, why don't we start with cutting some of them overpriced salaries that's taking up some of that 91%? You cannot say kids first and you give 91% to everybody but the kids. That doesn't make no sense. The children of Sac City Unified School District, those children today that's suffering because of the situation, financial situation that this district has gotten into, you best believe that when those children are leaving your district and they fail, their blood is on your hands. You all created this problem. I don't know if it's this immediate board or the boards before you. It's unfortunate that all of the fault goes on you all. I empathize with that. However, it doesn't change the situation one bit. Don't tell us kids first. Show us that the kids are first. Stop talking all of this BS when you guys know that you haven't put the kids in the city of Sacramento Unified School District first, and we're demanding that you do that. If that means let the city take you over, well then so be it.
So we have no further public comments at this time. We're moving on to item 9.0, Board Workshop, Strategic Plan, and Other Initiatives. 9.1, approve the City of Sacramento Police Department School Resource Officer Supplemental One-Year Extension Contract, August 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019. Lisa Allen and Raul Bozio.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I am Lisa Allen. I'm here with my colleague, Raul Bozio, to discuss the Sacramento Police Department Resource Officer Supplemental One-Year Extension. Yes. Thank you. All right. So in tonight's brief presentation, we will provide a brief overview of the program. We will discuss the purpose of the extension, provide a recommendation, and of course, answer any questions that you may have. School resource officers have been in partnership with the district for more than 9 years. We have SROs in each of our 5 comprehensive high schools, and you see them there, and 1 at American Legion High School. We also have 2 additional SROs who support the remaining sites in our district. And we also work very closely with the sergeant who oversees the team and works very closely with district staff as well. And SROs work closely with staff and school administrators, district office, and the community to respond to any safety concerns and threats that come to our district, unfortunately, sometimes on a daily basis. Now let's talk about this 1-year extension. Our prior SRO contract was from September 2016 through June of 2018. Last summer, we had our extended learning summer program, which we also extended the contract for an additional month for the SROs to cover the ELSP program. Now, I want to be clear that this supplemental extension contract is from August of last year, 2018, for services that are already rendered through June of 2019. So I want to be very clear, this is for services that have been rendered last year through the end of this current year, June 2019. And moving forward, we are taking a very thoughtful process to work with district stakeholders, the Sacramento Police Department, and our community partners on what the next steps will be beyond June of 2019. So our recommendation is for you to honor the commitment we have made and provide payment for the SRO services rendered from last year of August 2018 through the end of this current school year, June of 2019. Thank you.
And do we have anything from Raul? No, so
Ma'am,
you're-
that's it.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Board Member Minnick. You have a clarifying question?
I just had a clarifying question before we do public comment. Because this is a contract partially for services, predominantly for services already rendered.
Correct.
So we're obviously, we are responsible for those expenses that have already accrued, that's correct?
That's correct.
And so if this were to not move forward tonight, we would still be responsible for a majority of this expense. So like, I believe it's, what is it, $1.4 million? That majority of that. So any sort of change to that would only impact the financial factors from this point forward, not what we already owe. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're clear that this is most of this is more than half of this has already been allocated to services that we've already.
Yes, they have been working in our schools without a contract.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. So we have more than 30 public comments on this item, so we're going to limit our public comment to 1 minute each, and then we'll take board member questions and comments. If any of you would like to combine your public comments instead of doing 1 minute each, you are more than welcome to combine your public comments as well. Will you please read
Please
names?
come up in order when you hear your name called. Matthew Bridges, followed by Henry Ortiz, Cecile Nunley, Jose Verdin, Alma Lopez, Brianna Bell, Brenda Cruz, Sylvia Nolasco, Lupita Penoa, Brandon Pineda, Francesca Lopez, Omar Velez, Jacob Garcia, Natalia Rivas, Edith Williams, Stephanie Lopez, Carlos Molina III, Jessica Valerio, Miguel Dominguez, Yashar Israel, Jada McClear, Carl Pinkston, Cha Vang, Lamaya Coleman, Raymond Garcia, Jason Weiner, Tere Flores, Carly Brannon.
Alex, why don't you hold it there? Let's hear from those individuals, and then let's call the next group, rather than keep this young man waiting all night.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for considering our comments tonight. So my name is Matthew Bridges. I work with a community-based organization that serves kids called the Roberts Family Development Center. And I've been facilitating programming that relates to civic engagement with a group of middle schoolers for this school year. I think it's been very clear in the conversations that I've had with them on the issues that are most important to them is the trauma that they sometimes experience in their school environment. And there's a lot of different reasons for that, but one of them is the way that the environment in regards to having feeling like they're being criminalized based on the way that they look, or the way that they talk, or act in class. And I think that having a school resource officer there can sometimes add to that environment, and we need to consider alternatives on how we're working with our students.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Ortiz. I'm with Self-Awareness and Recovery. Do we got Mike? Hello? Testing.
Got it.
Okay. We're here with our people from the Schools Not Prisons. Everybody give me a fist that's here to support the Schools Not Prisons campaign. As you can see, these are all our supporters right here, and we're here to ask that you don't renew the contract due to the fact that too much policing leads to a lot of harassment, hyper-criminalization of black and brown people and people of color, and we're asking you to please not renew that contract because we need that funding to go for trauma-based workshops for our youth, from people from the hood, for people for the hood that live in the hood. And that's all we're asking. I hope that you guys really take that into consideration. I don't mean to sound too fiery or too aggressive. I'm just really passionate about this because I'm seeing constantly, our office is at the Food Waste Collaborative. Every time I go there, every week, I see at least 5 black men within that week getting pulled over, getting harassed, and nothing ever happens. There's no crime. If there's no crime, why do we need all these officers? A lot of times our officers are at school, but there is no crime to attend to, so that's just a bunch of taxpayer money being wasted where we can invest it in our youth to help them heal the trauma and prevent them from going to prison.
Thank you.
Good morning or good evening, board members.
It feels like
Here I
morning
go.
already,
I know,
huh,
morning
Cecile?
already. So sorry, you know that I am opposed to this contract because I do feel very strongly that it does target the black and brown kids in our community, and it sends a horrible message that we have to have police cars at our school. When you see a police car and you're approaching a campus, the first thing you think is, what's wrong? What happened? And it sends a horrible message to our community and to our kids. I firmly believe that this is the wrong thing. And the other thing about this, from the last time this was presented, we talked about having data. There still is no data, so I assume this is just to run out the contract or something. I'm not sure why we're doing this, but other than I understand that it's already money spent, but there's been no changes to the contract other than we're just going to increase the money and we could use the money better in the classroom.
Thank you, Cecile.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Bell. I'm a senior at the Met Sacramento. I'm also here with Brown Issues. Last time I addressed the funds that are set aside for the SRO contract should be invested in more things that benefit us as students, such as mental health counselors and full-time nurses. My stance hasn't changed. Many of us students don't have a safe place to turn to when we need to talk, and we end up falling behind. At the Met, we don't even have a part-time nurse. We have a small first aid box in the corner of the office. I'll leave you with this. If the main priority is safety of the students, but we go without things that would benefit us mentally and physically, then what is the point of having the funds set aside?
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda Cruz Escobedo, and I'm also from the Met Sacramento High School. And just like how I mentioned last time I was here, certain actions come from certain traumas and things don't happen out on the spot. Why jump to the gun on hiring cops to be in our campuses when students should be shown support by having a safe place to vent where they feel comfortable and again supported
when talking to someone like a counselor or even those safe spaces such as programs and even workshops. I really urge you all to use that money wisely and really start at the root of the problem and where one conversation can hugely impact the lives of students in a positive way.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Jose Verdin. I'm with the Parent Resource Center at McClatchy High School. And actually today I want to show support for the approval of the SRO contract. The reason why is I use those services as a parent advisor. When we have truant students and they don't show up to school, oftentimes we show up with the SRO and myself. Actually have a misconstrued image that SROs are going to jump into a classroom. They're going to slam a kid into the floor and arrest them for getting into a fight. But actually the SRO kind of helps us out with building positive relationships. One thing that I have learned over the years working at McClatchy's, they're very needed. SRO Brown, from Gonzalez to Hong, actually also break the stereotype of officers that misrepresent the city. So it's one of those things where we're able to build relationships, and we need them. When you're at the school and you hear the radio, SRO, Robert 82, we have a fight across the street, and we can respond to it, the SRO can help us out. And there's a lot of things that we can do as staff. They're able to help us out. And especially when you have a lockdown and you're able to experience that, I want to make sure that you will be in that position, you will want an SRO on your campus. So thank you. As a Latino, I approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alma Lopez, I'm the statewide advisor for Brown Issues, and I've been here a couple of times, but I think there's just a lot more questions now that we have based on the presentation that they just made. But so a supplemental contract, that $3 million contract was expired last summer. And I came since last school year to talk specifically about the roles of SROs on our campuses, because we did have, specifically me, I dealt with a number of cases where our students were arrested, where there was sexual harassment cases, where a young woman felt that the SRO made them feel that it was their fault what had happened. We had cases where the cop told me specifically, when a cop was being handled by staff, being diminished, he said, a fight on a school campus is a criminal act. So if it's about perspectives, then the use of educational funding to pay for salaries of cops is a criminal act before my eyes. And I don't think that should be happening. So I'm here to tell you and urge you to really listen to the students, because we tend to make decisions about our students without our students being on the table. There's been a lawsuit against Stockton Unified School District for the same reason, and they just settled that complaint this January. So I want us to look statewide about what's happening and to really listen to our students. If there's specific cases about SROs that are having really good to our students, I applaud that. But the role has not been defined, and they're there as law enforcement at the end of the day. School staff should be the one handling discipline. Admin should be the one handling discipline. And we have guidelines that we would like to provide you with recommendations of what the role of our school resources should be on our campuses.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Nolasco. I am from the Luther Burbank chapter of Brown Issues, and today I'm here not just to oppose this contract, but to show my support and contribution to the half of my community that believes we should invest this money in youth. There are so many resources that would better benefit us as students, teachers, adults, parents, etc., instead of getting more cops, such as providing more nurses in health clinic who work full-time, getting us better counselors who know what they're doing and how to address situations, whether it be physically, educationally, or mentally, because the counselors we're receiving now are inconsistent and should be given as equally to all groups of students, not just the more elaborate, to the advanced placement students. Better art supplies for our art-related classes, more elected options, improving our teacher accountability and our evaluations, provide smaller classes, since I feel that we would get better help individually and just be able to focus and learn better. And to be honest, I don't feel safe with cops on my campus. Instead, I feel paranoid that something can happen at any second. And who would I trust? You hire them, but that doesn't mean they will do their job correctly at all times. This money is coming out of our pockets, which is the reason why I believe we have a say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Francesca Lopez, and I'm currently a junior at Luther Burbank High School from the Brown Issues LBH chapter. And today I'm here to speak my opinion about the SRO contract and why it does not benefit us.
To begin with, cops on campus make me feel unsafe when I should feel like I'm in a safe environment. Because when you think about school, you think about books and pencils, not guns and violence. Every time I see a cop on campus, I feel the need to act a certain way because of the color of my skin. I have seen so many of my people, whether it's at the store or on TV, held at gunpoint for no reason. And now people want to bring that to our schools. I feel like having cops on campus escalates situations for unnecessary reasons when we could be using that money for our benefits and, for example, tutors, after school or smaller classes to focus on our education and help our next generation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Pineda.
And I'm Jacob, and we both attend Luther Burbank, and we feel like, go ahead.
We feel like having police officers in school ground makes us feel uncomfortable in many ways, makes us not feel like we shouldn't be attending school no more. The first reason why I feel like a police officer shouldn't be in school grounds, like it makes you feel in a society where like you can't really focus in school. It makes you not want to be enrolled no more. The fact that they're still on school grounds.
At the end of the day, words are just words, but actions speak louder than words. And every day in class, I see decks breaking, and that money is not a lot of money, but you know, to get somewhere, you have to take small steps. And that's it.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Natalia Angel. I am currently a junior at Luther Burbank High School, and I am also a member of Brown Issues. I am here today in the part of declining the SRO contract. The money being invested in the officers can be invested in the students, their education, and bettering their environmental area of studies. This money could be used for books, desks, counselors, classrooms, and more. For example, at Luther Burbank, our classes are hitting the minimum of students per class, which makes it harder for the teachers to help the students understand the topic and more. This affects the students by making them more stressed. The only support we have is a dog, but a dog can't really do much. A dog only gives us certain amount of help. We need more help that helps us mentally and like emotionally and academically. For example, for me, the only help I had last year was Miss Alma. She helped me academically, bring up my grades, and emotionally also. Now that I'm a junior, I don't have this support, and I am not doing well emotionally in school and academically. But this is coming from me, but also have in mind, I am here as one, but speaking for many. And for this reason, I say no to renewing the contract and yes to improving our education.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Edith Williams. I'm a senior at Luther Burbank, and today I bring surveys. So actually today I put out a survey last Thursday about how students from different schools from the SUSD district actually feels about SROs on contract, and I don't see a really good impact in it. And for me, I don't really see it either, because if we see it in our schools, why would we feel safe? We feel scared sometimes at home through our own lives. Police obviously hasn't shown a good impact, and why would we want it at school? So I'm here against it, but you know, we can always make a change, and that's what we need.
Can you share your surveys with us? We'd love to have them up here.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, bring them up here. Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Lopez from the Brown Issues Luther Burbank High School chapter. I am here against the SRO contract, although it may seem logical to put police on campuses to maintain safety and to prevent issues. I have experienced more negative than positive situations with them around. I'm no sort of troublemaker, so there shouldn't be no reason for the police to address me. However, there has been occasions where the police, because of the position that they're in, they try to overpower me and shut me down, and that's something I don't want the next generation of leaders to experience. And like how Jesse Ryan mentioned, you talked about the field trip to Slide Park. When when it came to me, they told us we didn't have enough money for Slate Park. Instead, we walked to the nearest park. So if instead of wasting our resources on SROs, we should invest in education activities and field trips like Slate Park, I would actually know I would actually know what Slate Park was like, and your mom wouldn't have struggled like she did.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Carlos Molina. I'm a CCAM McClatchy alum, and although I don't want to date myself, I will. When I was on campus, there were no police officers. I got into, thank you, yeah. I got into 3 fights while I was in high school, and each time they got broken up by women that looked like Leticia and Lisa. What you're seeing standing before you is a validated gang member. I've never gang banged a day in my life, but they validated me as one in the city of Sacramento. What you're also looking at is a UC Berkeley alum who graduated with high honors. Now, what you're probably asking is, how did that happen? And how is he here? Well, it happened this way. I was approached by a cop and I was approached by a counselor. The cop used what was in their toolkit and seen me as such, a gang member. The counselor seen me as someone who had college potential, Keith Meraki and Juan La Chica. Jesse Ryan, you said we budget our values. Let's do that here tonight. Vote no on this SRO contract.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Yashar Yisrael. I'm a sophomore in high school, and I want to talk about how SROs do not support Black students and only place fear and trauma within them. School used to be a place where you could escape law enforcement and the racism and oppression that comes with it, but it came clear to me that one day when I was violated at school when an SRO flashed his gun at me and another group of students, jokingly. You will never understand the fear that is placed within Black students from being around law enforcement. So I don't think the presence of police on campus will help students at all. So I think that the contract will not be a good idea, and it's only hurting our students.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jada Simone Marie McClure, also known as prison inmate 520000705. I am a senior. I personally feel we should not have no types of cops on campus. There should be no excuse, no reasons as to why they have lethal weapons. There's no excuse for me to be pepper sprayed, a group of children and babies be pepper sprayed over an event that had nothing to do with students. So you guys should vote no, because there's no excuse for children to be harmed, potentially be harmed permanently if they use their gun.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I am Miguel Angel Dominguez from the Hiram Johnson. I'm a senior at Hiram Johnson. Personally, I believe the SRO contract should not be renewed. I've spoken to board member Michael Minnick and board member Leticia Garcia, and as I've told them, I believe this money should be invested differently. Hiram Johnson has been, yes, it has been growing over the last couple of years, but academically, students aren't getting that same help. Teachers have been leaving for the past few years. I personally struggled this year with a teacher who is horrible. She, instead of helping the students like she is supposed to be, she just sends students out of the classroom anytime she feels like it, for whether it be for drinking water or just asking her something that has to do with the class. That money should be invested in teachers that will actually help the students when they need help. I'm totally horrible at math, and every time I try to ask for help with her from the teacher, she turns around and looks at me like, "Are you serious?" But if I could get help from the teacher, I don't see why you should.
Thank you. I'm really
I'm
sorry to
sorry.
hear
Thank
that you're
you.
having that challenge.
Hello, my name is Jessica Valerio. I used to go to Natomas High School and I currently go to Sacramento City College. I have been a part of Brown Issues for almost 4 years, and because of the resources and time they put into me, I am the first in my family to graduate and go to college. I have a little brother that I love a lot and who will be going to high school soon. And I want to make sure that he has the right resources, and I pray to God that he never has a bad experience with cops. I am here in support of everyone in the Sacramento City Unified School District, and I want them to know that I am here with them, and I want to know that you guys are also here for them, the students. I want them to know that they are being prioritized and that they are being safe. And also, I want them to know that they have the right amount of support that they get to go to college. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and protect each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and protect each other. We must love each other and protect each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have nothing to lose but our chains.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carl Pinkston. I'm with the Black Parallel School Board. I just first off wanted to say that we're really in opposition to the contract. It would be best that you just end it today and spend the next 30 days actually redefining the role of SROs and the relationship on campus. That's number one. Number two, you really need to listen to the youth. You say you want youth first or student first. You're hearing it today. Three, you're in a financial crisis. You can't afford it, period. You just cannot no longer afford SROs. And last but not least, studies after studies after studies, whether it's Thoreau or Barnes or a number of has proven or demonstrated that in all relationship with SROs leads to school to prison pipeline. So that now is the time for education justice instead of education injustice. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Cha Vang, and I'm an executive director for Hmong Innovating Politics. I wanted to remind you all that during this financial difficulties, we focus on the students and not waste money on further criminalizing students. For the cost of this contract, you can fund multiple social emotional learning programs at each high school. You can also implement full funding for ethnic studies, which benefits all our students in our district. This supplemental one-year agreement is $1.47 million. You can actually fund 24 counselors. That adds 2 to 3 additional counselors at each high school. So if we actually spend the $4 million, that's a total of additional 70 additional counselors at the whole district, right? Board Member Wu, as of 2018, you have about, at John F. Kennedy, which is my alma mater, you have 2,230 students, and we only have 6 counselors. How can adding 2 additional, that will benefit our students? Same thing for Rosemont. One more thing. I want to just say that these are schools and not prisons. If we want our students to learn and excel, we treat them like students. You want them to be criminals, you extend this contract. You all ask as a community to work with you on graduation rates, closing the achievement gaps, and suspension rates. But this contract works against everything that we've been doing in those committees.
Thank you, Ms. Vang.
And I urge you to vote no on this contract. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lamaya Coleman, and I am a parent in the district. I'm also a sub and a member of SAC Act. I want to start with a story. It's not my story, but it's the story of a congregant at our church. And when I mentioned the SRO contract, he immediately got this really nasty look on his face. And he told me about when his daughter, who had turned 18, she was undiagnosed. She lives with autism, was undiagnosed. She also has learning disabilities. And she was in the vice principal's office. And she was saying that nobody likes me and everybody hates me. And there's this, like this. And she put her hand in between the clip of a binder and said, let me look down at my notes. I'm going to hurt myself. Is that what you want? And I don't know if the SRO was right there at that moment or the SRO got called in, but she got 5150'd because she was 18, her parents didn't even know where she was. And somebody with different training, different skill set would have probably approached that situation really differently. It's a real mismatch.
Thank you.
In skills. Thank you.
Put it down, my boy.
Hi, Raymond Garcia. I'm a youth justice organizer with Sacramento Act. And first of all, I just want to say I honor you youngsters. I honor you youth for speaking your truth. And we're here to support you. We're here to support you no matter what. Your voices will be heard. Your voices are being heard. And I hope you hear these kids and this community. So I work with youngsters, and the stories I get, I work with at-risk youth, the ones with ankle monitors and stuff like that. The stories that I get are coming out of jail, from juvenile hall, going back, transitioning back into school. You know, they're already being traumatized by going to jail, getting busted, doing all that, and then coming back to school, they're being targeted because, you know, the school police are like, okay, you're the bad one, I gotta watch you so you don't spread out to my other students. They're patting them down. One story I got is one of my youngsters was targeted, always being pat down. He got weed on him, so they called his probation officer, sent him right back to jail. Another one is if he gets kicked out and goes to another school, they call the police, school resource officer over there. So there's a network of them, and these kids are being targeted and going back to jail. So it's a school to prison pipeline. I got it. One thing I just want to leave you with is our Assembly member McCarty and the new governor Newsom, they're prison reform. You know, they're all for prison reform and they're doing a good job. What I'm asking is that you guys would follow them as in the state level and do it here on the local level. Our community are talking, our youth are talking. Please listen to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more, before I forget, everybody that's in support of our youth right here and not renewing this contract, can you please stand up? That's right. Stand up, stand up. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Carly Brannon, and I'm here to kind of remind you of where SROs came from to begin with and what's happening with them now. So they were kind of born from school shootings, which unfortunately have become an epidemic in our country. After Columbine, over 10,000 police officers were deployed to be regular fixtures in high schools, or at schools all across the country. In the 2 decades since then, they have not stopped a single shooting. And in fact, after the Parkland shooting, a judge found that it was not the duty of the officer to protect the children. So there's no point to them being here. All they do is criminalize our children for acts that should not lead to a criminal record. Just standard, general children outbursts. And a lot of these, a lot of this criminalization also comes along with a lot of trauma and sometimes brutalization of our children. I know I only have a couple of seconds left, so I just want to remind you that the Sacramento Police Department is one of the most trigger-happy, deadliest departments in the state, and God forbid they take one of our children.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tere Flores with Sacramento Act. So I probably won't say anything that hasn't been said already, but I do want to make sure that you all understand that Sacramento Act is in strong opposition to this contract. As has been said already, we believe that there are other ways to create community safety. We definitely want our schools to be safe, but we don't believe that SROs do that. There's countless studies that have shown that actually SROs lead to the school to prison pipeline. Schools with SROs have been shown to have arrests 5 times higher for disorderly conduct than schools with no SROs. So we know that, as has been said, when you put SROs, when you put police officers on campus, that's just going to lead to more criminalization of our students that are already being impacted by, many of them being impacted by trauma outside of the schools in their communities. And so I urge you to vote no on renewing the SRO contract tonight.
Good evening. My name is Jason Weiner. I'm a parent of 3 children in the district and a member of Sacramento ACT. The youth in front of you and many of these other speakers have really revealed some important points and powerful stories about their own experiences with school resource officers. Since I don't share that direct lived experiences, I want to stand in solidarity with them, but also to focus on the contract proposal itself. The language used in the presentation was really positive towards the role of SROs. And while there's anecdotal stories about that, there's still no data showing their effectiveness or even what the district's goals are for SROs. There's no language in the contract either that tells us what the district goals are. The one-year contract is $1.47 million, while the district needs to cut funding right now. That could save jobs, save 24 counselor jobs in our schools right now. And why is there a $150,000 bump from the annual rate of the prior contract? There's no indication of why that's there, so I don't understand it either. And lastly, there's been no answer to the community about why an SRO contract wasn't brought to the board and the community back before the prior one expired so that we could have a public discussion about it. And now we're being told that we have to extend it because we've already received these services. Who authorized that? Was it authorized for this program to continue without a contract? I would ask you to ask those hard questions right now.
Thank you, Jason.
Hello, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We want to state our support for the community voices that you've heard. I think the points made, especially by Ms. Vong of Hmong Innovating Politics regarding alternative uses of funds going forward are very well taken. The LCAP contains this item as an action and service that's being paid for with LCFF dollars. It does say that it is not an action that is intended to increase or improve, and I assume that means that supplemental and concentration funding are not being used to pay for the contract. However, I did think that some of the alternative programs that were referenced are really great ways to address equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Angel?
Hi, good evening. Angel Garcia. I am a parent of kids in the district. I am also a former high school dropout, and I went to this school district. I also want to respond to what Mr. Molina said. That happened all the time in middle school. 12 and 13-year-olds were at that point thinking they were gang members and being confirmed gang members and later getting gang enhancements. I recently this fall, had the worst experience, close to the worst experience of my life. My 13-year-old son was in the back of a police car, handcuffed by SRO. That was the worst experience I've ever had with a police officer, the way he treated me and my son. There is no studies that show this benefits. There's no goals or outcomes that the school district has. And I want to say we are looking at having an SRO at every high school, but we only have 3 high schools that have student support campuses. Today, I was a former RISE student. I dropped out of high school. I went to Sac City College, and I'm an MSW. I'm a proud social worker. Why aren't we adding more social workers to our campuses?
Thank you,
This is
Angel.
ridiculous.
Vote no. And Alex, I know that you didn't read the last name, so
Yeah.
Angie followed by
Oh,
Angie
we thought we were
Sutherland.
we thought we were the last ones.
Okay.
Are we?
Yes.
Okay.
We're good.
Hello again. Last month I spoke about a restraint and seclusion bill that limits that and also has some data requirements. I'm concerned though because the restrictions only apply to educators and not SROs because they're when they mention physical restraint, it does not include the use of force by peace officers for detention or for public safety purposes. Also, mechanical restraint does not include devices used by peace officers. So that can create a lot of things that fall under the radar. So where are the data outcomes? I've never seen any presented ever in all the years I've been coming here. How many times are they called to intervene in minor behavioral situations? I think that the educators and staff need to be educated on ways that they can respond to students because they can make the response worse. And Why are SROs even being called? Schools are even calling them on parents who are there trying to advocate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sutherland.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Lilia Contreras. I'm a Brown Issues member of Sacramento State University. I am here to speak against the SRO contract. I was a Sac City District student, and now I work with the district as an instructional aide. I've been doing it for a long time now, and throughout the time, I've worked with youth from all walks of life. In my class, I've been a teacher, I've been a friend, a mentor, someone they can trust, and at times a parental figure. But I've never, regardless of how tough the situation, have never had to step in as an SRO. Therefore, I ask that you think of the students and how you can use the money to develop programs that will essentially tap into our children's potential. Thank you.
So I think that concludes our public comment. Thank you. At this time, we're going, go ahead. No, go ahead. At this time, we're going to take comments and questions from board members. Thank you. Board Member Pritchett, followed by Board Member Minnick.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you to everyone who came out to speak tonight. So let's talk a little bit about what our SRO contract gets us. So, Ms. Allen, you said 8 SROs, correct, total? And of those 8 SROs, they give services to 6 of our schools, and we have 2 floaters, correct?
That's correct.
And then I know just from experience of seeing an SRO, but correct me if I'm wrong, their hours are usually all day at school, and then they come back for special events. So it could be, you know, a late evening event, sometimes weekends, correct?
That's correct.
And then if you had looked at the original contract, which I wasn't going to bring up tonight, but there was lots of, you know, people out here talking, so I thought, oh, I'll just, you know, put this in here. It's the in-kind services that they offer to us. Can you tell us what some of those in-kind services are?
Yes, some of the in-kind services that they've offered are they have programs within schools that they are at some of our high schools, in some of our police academies. They volunteer time. They also work very well at times with children that they mentor. They do after-school programs at times. It just depends on the school site and the SRO. They are coaches. They are mentors to some students. During holiday breaks, they do things for families, fruit baskets, food baskets. It just depends, honestly, on the SRO. And a lot of the work that they do, it's unsung at times.
Thank you. So I know that there was a lot of comments about studies, and over the last couple days, I've been looking intensely online at like studies for SROs. And some of the things that I had found that were in the positive of an SRO was the prevention or minimizing the property damage at school sites and surrounding areas, prevention of student injuries and even death due to violence, drug overdoses, and et cetera. The reduction of the need for schools to call 911, the reduction of the likelihood that a student will get a criminal record, they increase the likelihood of that students, particularly those with mental health issues, will get the help that they need from the social service and healthcare systems. I see this slogan on your shirt. I've heard you. And this is why I feel that we need SROs and not, excuse me, let me speak. I let you speak. Please let me speak. Thank you. This is why I feel that we need SROs on campus and not patrol cops. I heard the students at our last board meeting that came out. I hear you tonight. And it encouraged me. I represent Area 3, the far east area of our district. The high school that I represent is Rosemont High School. And I don't know if you're familiar with the area, but Juvenile Hall is directly across the street. So I took an opportunity to go over and have a conversation with several students after the last board meeting. And I met with a group of them in their classroom. We had a very non-biased and honest conversation about their feelings of an SRO for the entire period. Many of the students felt safe with having an SRO on campus. And I know that there is a divide in our district. I get it. This is from my area. That's what I'm speaking of. Some of them had never had an interaction with the SRO, and some of them had. In fact, I had one student tell me that he's usually the one who is causing a lot of trouble, but when he sees his SRO, it usually keeps him in check. Their teacher helped me with a questionnaire that I'm going to share with our board members. And I also have a letter that I'd like to share with our board members from a parent at John F. Kennedy that sent to me today. So let's think about it. An emergency happens on campus, staff calls 911. The average time, at least in my area, and I'm assuming it's in most areas, the average time is 7 to 10 minutes. Just take a moment and imagine what could happen in 7 to 10 minutes. With having an SRO on campus, we will have an immediate response, and we have seen that at many of our sites. Not to mention that our SROs have relationships with our students. I want to tell you a quick story. I was recently at Rosemont High School's homecoming community parade and football game. After the parade, that includes all of our elementary schools from our area and middle school, all of them are welcome to visit and come to our football game. So there's many people in the stadium. I was outside visiting with some people, and I witnessed that there was a fight breaking out with an older student and a parent around hundreds of little kids. I immediately saw the two SROs that were on site run over, break up the fight. I saw the student place his hands on the SRO to push him away. No, I did not see, this is what I did not see. I did not see the SRO take the student down. I did not see the SRO place the student in handcuffs. What I did see is that they placed his hands behind his back without handcuffs, walked him peacefully to the police car, sat him in the back to cool him down. 5 minutes, they pulled him out, had about a 10-minute discussion with him and his administration, and sent him on his way. Now, had that happened without an SRO on campus, we would have called 911, the normal patrol that comes out would have resolved the matter. The situation would have ended much differently. I would put money on it that the resolution would have been the short trip across the street to the juvenile hall to investigate. Our board is devoted to working with the police department, and our policy committee is devoted to looking at the contract, seeing what the issues that are at hand, collecting the data and the system changes that need to happen. And I look forward to their can I please speak? Thank you. I look forward to hearing their outcomes. I would like to request that I be part of the meetings that are moving forward, and I know I've requested this before about being part of the meetings and working with all of you and our board and our staff in regards to the our SRO contract. With that being said, I'm going to move the approval.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. We have a comment from Board Member Vang, followed by Board Member Minnick, followed by Student Board Member Halbo.
So first, I just want to thank all the community members and students who came out today to voice your concern around the supplemental contract. Over the past weeks, I've spoken with students, parents, and staff on the issue, and have heard their concerns. I think earlier today, we also heard from Mike Fine from FICMAC and Superintendent Gordon just about the stark reality that our district is in as well, and that simply we don't have time. I think it's also critical, and I want to speak to my colleagues, is that how we prioritize spending and how we find savings in the middle of a budget crisis is also critical to public trust. Tonight, the board will have to make some tough choices that will result in some social consequences for our students and families and staff, right? Because we're looking to meet that 2% reserve. And I truly believe allocating 1.5 of our general fund dollar is absolutely counterproductive to the groundwork and the hard work our students, staff, and even Superintendent Jorge Aguilar have done in this district to really address student achievement for our English language learners, our Black and Brown students, and our students with special needs. If our goal is really to increase school safety, then we really need to reconsider some of the alternatives that I think our community members spoke on today, like restorative justice, making sure that we have more counselors on our school site. And I think especially for a district that prides itself on best practices and data collection, it is clear from the research, right, that having SRO on a campus does not improve school climate. I strongly support that we basically redirect these dollars into investing in youth programs. Obviously, right now, we are in the middle of a budget crisis, and I think we also have to acknowledge that services has been rendered as well. And I know there is a motion on the dais right now, and I don't know if in terms of protocol we may need to take a vote on that, but I wanted to actually make an amendment to the action item to actually end this the contract today if possible with the transition for.
So you actually are calling for a counter motion.
Okay, so I would like to call a counter motion to actually end the contract. And I say this because I know that there are concerns, among my colleagues about just the transition, right? And that it could be a disruption to some of our school site at the high school. But I would argue that we are already having to make disruption by having to make cuts. And I think, again, how we prioritize our funding is absolutely critical to public trust. And if we are about data, if we are about best practices, then we also need to put that into action. And so again, I would like to do a counter motion to end the contract today.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. Board Member Minnick, followed by Board Member Halbo.
Thank you, President Ryan. And thank you to all of you that came out to speak. It's always very powerful when our students come out and speak to the issues that are coming before us. And no matter how we all may vote, I see the looks on my colleagues' faces when you come up and speak, and folks are very focused when our students come up and participate in this process. So I want you to know how much I appreciate that. I've been thinking about this a lot over these last couple months. In my mind, I would love a situation where, students get to know law enforcement folks as supporters and role models and build those relationships. I've talked with school administrators that feel very strongly about having SROs on our school campuses. And I've learned a lot of them really rely on these folks to address issues with students before they become bigger problems. And so I'm aware of that, and I am aware that the administrators are, a lot of times they feel like this is an added value to their school community. I also know that's not the experience for all students of building that relationship. And I've had a great experience meeting with, several of you that are here tonight and others students that spoke very eloquently about your concerns. And we talked a lot about what are those things that make you feel safe. And I didn't hear students tell me that the presence of the SROs on campus made them feel safe. They did talk about adult-student relationships. We talked about the relationships with campus monitors, counselors, teachers. And so it brought me to this question, does having this ongoing expenditures of school resource officers in our schools align with our values and priorities as educators, which is what we are first and foremost. And I've come to the conclusion that it does not. Now, you might not want to cheer just yet, because I will say, though, that I do support continuing with this supplemental contract, because I don't think it's fair to our administrators to abruptly end this for those that are relying on their service and that have a relationship with those members of law enforcement and have a good relationship on their schools. And I believe that they should be able to do that. Now, that said, what I do believe, though, is we should use this 4 months to transition out of this relationship. And what that would mean is I would like to see the staff here at the district look at what our alternatives are to ensure that our students can feel safe. And that might be looking at increased counselors we heard a lot about. I also was thinking, if we had paraprofessionals, classified staff to serve as student support people, so we had more caring adults on campus that students can build relationships with and feel safe and know that they're supported, and also increase professional development for every single person that has contact with our students, should be well prepared to handle all kinds of situations and provide the support that our students need. So I do agree with all of you that this may not be the appropriate use of our funds moving forward. And for a lot of really good reasons, and I really appreciate all the stuff you brought forward tonight. But I do think ending it this abruptly could cause some issues at the site level for some of our schools, and I want to make sure we do this right and that we spend this 4 months thinking about what are all the different ways that we can provide the support to all of you in other ways. And so that's what I would like. So with that, I would then agree with Member Pritchett's motion to approve this supplemental contract that ends June 30th.
So we have a motion and a second. Now we're going to hear from our Student Board Member Halbo, followed by Vice President Wu.
Okay, I actually have some questions. Just in general, was there holdover language in the original contract?
Not to my knowledge, there's nothing in the previous expired contract.
So if we were to not terminate the contract, when we go into negotiations for the next year, it would still mainly rely on the idea that police would still operate on campus without pay?
No, I don't think that's correct. I'm not really sure that I understood your question, but
So if there's no holdover contract in the language this year, how did it happen that police continued to have presence on campuses?
So at the end of the year, there were conversations between Sacramento PD and the district office working on the contract like we always do when it comes up during the summer. And then questions began to come up. And so we were working with our staff as well as legal, as well as SAC PD and their legal to work through some of the questions. This contract did come to the board in October, I believe, of 2018. However, more questions arose, and so there was back and forth going. In the interim, SAC PD was still in our schools and working with our principals and working with district staff in the community. And so as we were trying to come to some agreement, they were still there in good faith, is what that was.
Okay. So going back to something that Member Pritchett mentioned, when you say in-kind services, what does that mean? Like, does that mean that they would go away for sure if we were to not have the contract?
In-kind services are services that they would give basically for free. And they do a lot for free. There's a list of things that they do for free. Would it go away? I don't know. We would have to have more conversations with Sacramento Police Department.
Okay. On slide 3, for number 1, about the 9 years, how many times has the contract been renewed, or have there been any alterations to the contract throughout those 9 years?
To my understanding, now I haven't always been intimately involved, but every 2 years it would be renewed. And I think this year, and I'm not too sure, but I think this year is the first year where we've had multiple conversations and multiple conversations about the contract and some of the questions that have come up tonight.
Okay, and then I just really want to clarify, because also on slide 3, when you read number 2 and then you read number 3, it says that we have SROs on the big high schools and 2 for middle and elementary schools.
That's correct.
What about all the other high schools?
So they act as floaters, okay?
Okay, so it's not
the
just
other
for
two,
middle and
no.
elementary schools, okay.
So they act as floaters. So if a problem arises, then they'll go to the site depending upon what's going on.
Am I correct that that's 71 schools for
That's
2
correct.
SROs? Okay. So in general, like taking that into consideration, that right now we have 2 floater SROs that are covering 71 schools. 2 questions. The first is, what is functionally different between a floater SRO and just normal patrol officers?
So
I can
say your
repeat that.
question again.
Yeah, what's functionally different between a floater SRO and a patrol officer?
So we have Lisa Hines here.
Yeah.
I would like for Lisa to come up. Then that way, she will be very clear about the difference between the two.
Yeah, thank you.
One is stationed, the other goes as needed, correct?
Hi, I'm Captain Hines. President Ryan, members of the board, thank you for asking me up. So what was your question?
What is functionally different between like a floater SRO and a patrol officer?
Sure, so the school district has direct communication with the SROs. They have a radio system, and the SROs are not going to be on a call for service. So if police officers, we have a limited number of police officers in the city, and if it's a busy day and the schools need us and officers are on other calls, they're not available. And so to her point, it's going to take extra minutes. It could be 20, 30, 40 minutes, an hour for a school call. So it's the availability to have instant resources. And yes, there's driving time, but oftentimes we find that working with schools that they notify us in advance. And so we'll head that way.
So in terms of like the 2 floater SROs that cover 71 schools all across Sacramento, is that response time in like an emergency, like the bomb threat at JFK? Say JFK was one of the schools that was not covered by an on-campus SRO. Is that response time going to be drastically different if we have a patrol officer instead of an SRO?
You know, I can't speak to that because I can't predict the future. So I can definitely articulate that SROs being available to the school district, being contracted with the school district, are 100% your employees. So when you contract with us, They're going to be available to respond to your calls. And it's been 20 years of a relationship, by the way, not 9. It's been 20, I know the presentation said 9, but it's been 20 years of a relationship. And we've been trying to get into contract with you guys since May of last year. And we've had numerous iterations of this contract that we've tried to come to a conclusion and cannot come to a conclusion. And I want to note that I asked to do a presentation. I pulled all the data and I was told no. So we were prepared to do a presentation and we're told no, that we could not do a presentation today.
And then another question that I think actually you would probably be better to answer this question, but just in general, what would change about the relationship between SAC-PD and the SCUSD district if we were to eliminate SROs? What, like the contract, what would change?
So to your point, if the SROs went away tomorrow, if a particular school had an incident, they would call the police. Our dispatch center puts a priority on different calls, so they have to just wait in line. They don't have direct access to police. So just like any other citizen, when you call the police, if you have a stabbing in progress, that's at the top of the line. If you had a car break-in, that's at the bottom of the line. So you're just going to be placed in the line, and you're going to have to wait your turn.
Yeah.
And then, assuming that nothing else important happens, they'll get to your call.
Okay. That makes sense. Then this is probably a question better for the other people, but on the this is actually the third page. Oops, I've been saying the third page, but I'm at the second page. On the third page, the fourth one where it talks about how staff will continue to work with community partners, what does this look like?
So we have been involved in there's an African American task force that will come to the board at the next board meeting that will provide recommendations on the SRO contract.
If I remember correctly, when I was at that meeting, they agreed to suggest that we eliminate the contract. Is that still correct?
They will be at the board meeting on March the 7th to make their recommendation.
Okay. I think, okay, yeah. So just in general, I want to be clear that I know I have strong personal opinions on this issue, and I'm not here to just throw away the programs, but these kinds of questions and discussions are very, very important because we clearly have community concerns to respond to. It's my job to bring these issues back to our campuses and to hear from students and provide that input into our meetings. I'm not the only voice, and there's no way that I'm representative of over 40,000 student opinions. As a Brown Issues student said, now I can't read my handwriting. I'm speaking for many. There we go. So before we make decisions that affect their lives, we need to be addressing the concerns the community brings to us and making sure that our discussions are actually discussions where we listen to what others say. The last time but listens to what others say and take it into consideration. The last time we heard about this, we agreed that we would alter the contract, that we would get data about it, we would make transparency language because of the influence that community had, because community concern was brought to the board, and yet we still have this brought up again for an extension, a supplemental extension, instead of a discussion about the alterations to the contract that we wanted to make, the transparency, the data that was supposed to be brought to the board. That was what the amended motion was. And so the reasoning behind my vote is going to be based on not only the 9 years of a contract that we've had, but the process that I've seen on this contract this year, because I don't know if I can truly trust the district to be held accountable to the community members who are here, because what was supposed to happen with this contract in order to make those changes that the community wanted to have made didn't happen. And now we're here renewing the contract, and there's no holdover language, yet somehow the contract was held over, and there's nothing stopping that from happening again.
Okay. Board Member Wu, followed by Board Member Garcia.
Thank you, President Ryan. This is a supplemental contract to me is with or without holdover language reminds me of a lease agreement that has expired, and we continue on a month-to-month basis. We have encumbered 7 months of security from our law enforcement. I feel that it is important that we consider the opinions and the comments of our student community and students from other schools. I have experienced an active bomb scare at Kennedy High School. I have experienced several rumored guns on campus where the SRO has played an important part in keeping our students safe. I have been at sports activities where we have had our SRO and law enforcement there, and I have watched them de-escalate situations where there could have been fights in the stands, and they did a great job in de-escalating. I know, and I have seen them in our police academy, our law enforcement academy, working with our students, trying to teach them the practices of law enforcement and what it means to be a law enforcement officer. Having said that, I don't see that the contracts that we have had are perfect. I think that there can be improvement. And I want to thank Carl Pinkston from Black Peril School Board with the comment about redefining the role of our SROs. And I think that a discussion between the district and SAC PD needs to occur moving forward regarding the activities that SROs are to, and the role that they will play on our campuses. Maybe a less of a law enforcement, but more of a mentorship role, still while wearing and being responsible for law enforcement. I think that our campus administrators at this time would be greatly disturbed if today we canceled the contract and left them without an alternative, and I am not moving forward willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I'm going to support the remainder of the supplemental because there are only 4 months remaining. We've already expended 7 months of it. We're going to take us to June 30th. And I would ask the superintendent to engage Chief Hahn in some dialogue, in serious dialogue, pulling together SRO officers and our administrators to see how we can work together and taking into consideration the comments of our students.
Thank you, Board Member Board Member Wu. We now have a comment from Board Member Garcia, followed by Board Member Minnick.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. I want to acknowledge and respect that. Pardon? Oh, am I not on?
You're on.
I am on. I'm just thanking her for her service. I had some questions about this contract. I realize it's a supplemental contract, which is different than what was considered in October, I believe. But there are a lot of questions that came up in October, and there have been discussions with, SAC PD. So can you share a little bit about how much closer you are in addressing those issues related to data, the need for data, transparency, accountability, maybe data by infraction or citation and disaggregated by student group, perhaps data that I think is valuable for the school district and by school site level. So how much closer are you in these conversations on how to address these issues in the event that we decide to move forward? For either one of you, however much you can
Sure.
share.
Thank you for the question. I think I was here with Nina Delgadillo in that October meeting. So I personally have been working on the contract, and it's been sitting with your legal for over 2 months. And so what Chief Hahn has directed us to do is provide everything that we can legally give you data-wise. So I did that very thing. I pulled all the data by race, by citation, by all of that. But again, I was told no on a presentation that we've been preparing for weeks. So I can't really help you with that, but Chief is very clear. We're going to give you everything we can because that's what you asked for, and we want to be transparent. We want to answer those questions. but I can't answer those questions if I'm not invited to do so. So we're happy to share that data with you. I've already pulled the data, and I'll be happy to share that with you in the future. And was there a second part to that?
There's a follow-up. So any data that you can share with the district that's legal.
Correct. So individuals, specifically juveniles, have specific rights to not have their data released to protect their
Right, so I
futures.
understand privacy issues, et cetera. I'm wondering if there would still be a gap between the data that the district needs versus the data that you're able to provide to us.
I don't know how to answer that question because I was going to provide everything that I could legally give you, which is a lot of data. It breaks down by citation, all the things you asked for. I was going to be able to share that data with you, but I think there might be things, of course, that you want that we can't provide, but we have to protect the identity and of the individual.
Right, okay. This has been a contract that has lacked that very, I think, basic and fundamental element, which is data, right? Have we, at the district level, included a question maybe with our school climate surveys that we conduct to get some feedback from students, from parents, from teachers? In response to school safety, and maybe specifically SROs on campus? Have we ever asked our students
Yes,
those
we
questions?
we have, well, I don't know if in the past, but this year, we're working with Vincent Harris's department to include a question about about SROs and safety on campuses in their climate survey. So we're working on that. And then also as far as data, there is some data that the district, we would be able to pull as well. Depending upon what SAC PD offers, there is some data, and we're working with Vincent's office as well on some additional data that we will be able to provide for the district. Again, just making sure that we don't breach confidentiality.
Right, but that's moving forward, right?
Yes,
We
it's
don't
moving
have any data to this point, up until this point, to determine whether or not this particular strategy of SROs on campuses is an effective one. Is that
To this point, no.
okay? So I think for me, when I think about, and I wasn't here in October, so I just had to go through the minutes to try and figure out sort of what were some of the concerns, questions that were brought up back then, and wondering if those have been addressed now. It doesn't sound like they have. I mean, you're still in conversations, but we still don't have a contract that looks any different than what was in place a year ago. And I think that when I think about extremely limited resources, I mean, we are looking at, the next item on our agenda is to lay off teachers and certificated staff. We're going to make programmatic cuts. And we have this very limited resource, this very limited dollar. And when I think about what am I going to do with that dollar, just one vote of 7, I have to think about what strategies do we have in place? How are they working? Are they effective? And for that, data is incredibly necessary. We apply it to every single strategy that we implement under LCFF, under our LCAPs. We need evidence-based strategies. And this strategy is not one that's based on evidence. And I don't have any way to analyze whether this is effective. I'd like to really have a conversation that's broader in terms of school safety and what that looks like and whether or not SROs are part of that. But right now, I don't know that. And I also want to make sure, as your issue sort of following the FCMAT presentation, and then it's going to be followed by other difficult decisions. today I am going to exercise my authority as a board member that I was reminded I had today by FICMAT to support Board Member Vang's counter motion to terminate this contract because quite frankly, we just don't have the resources. And those very, very limited resources, I want to see how we can utilize them, how we can invest them in strategies and programs in adults on school campuses that we know work. Counselors, mental health specialists, social workers, and that is where I'm coming from. And to quote one of our speakers earlier today, to get somewhere, you need to take small steps. So today I'm taking the small step of not supporting the supplemental contract. Thank you.
Board Member Minnick?
This is a question for Ms. Allen. In terms of the contract that's before us today, if it is to be approved tonight, I want to make sure that we know it has a hard stop date. It ends June 30th, but so did our last one. And member Halbo's questions, raise a little bit of concern for me because I want to make sure that if this passes tonight, and as I made clear, I want to use this time to transition and figure out what are the best ways for our students to feel safe. That we don't get to that point where we can kind of slack off and then it just keeps going. Like, I want to force us to make a decision by June 30th. And that decision, this body may decide, June 30th, we want to, recommit to the relationship with SROs. But it may be that we have found the things that we think are going to help students feel safe. I just want to make sure that there is a very clear end date, that we can't accidentally continue this contract it seems like we may have done this past year. And then in this situation where we're kind of voting for something that we're already kind of committed to pay for. So I just want to maybe get an answer from you about, in terms of this contract, what does that mean? Or it might be a Raul lawyer question.
Yeah. So I would simply say that we would certainly follow board direction on that question, and if that's the direction, that it's June 30th, and there has to be something in place by then that's what staff would do. I think there wasn't any direction last time around, and so there may have been different understandings that people were operating under. But I think that's clearly a different scenario than we are under here today, given the discussion that's taken place. So.
And so knowing that, and I know there's an order in which we vote or whatever, but I would second Member Pritchett's motion, right? Or did you already?
Daryl
Sorry.
already did.
Well, I would support Member Pritchett's motion with the understanding that there is that hard stop deadline, so that we are forced to make a decision moving forward, so we don't let this slide. Cool?
Thank you. Board Member Morowski, followed by Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. Thank you, President Ryan. So I want to thank the community for coming out here tonight. It is so inspiring to hear your voices, the voices of students who are on the ground and living this experience day to day. I think it's my responsibility as a school board member to ensure our district provides optimal learning conditions for our students. And it's my responsibility as a leader who makes decisions on behalf of our entire district, who identifies as white, to listen to the experiences of members of our community who have borne the brunt of overt racism, systemic racism, implicit bias, over-policing, and dramatic overrepresentation in our criminal justice system. We all know that. And it's not hard to imagine that given this brutal history and the brutal present that our communities of color are experiencing, that the presence of SROs for some would not create optimal learning conditions for students. That it's actually re-traumatizing. I have a lot of respect for the role of our public safety officers. I also have serious questions about how their role is defined or not defined in our school settings right now. I have grave concerns about the school to prison pipeline and the view of something that could be normally thought of as an administrative behavioral issue that the administration can sort out turns into a criminal justice issue where normally police would be called if there's a little scuffle or something, but because an officer is present, maybe it turns into something else. So I am very concerned about that. I'm disturbed that we have had a contract in place and have this continuing without a clear policy as to what the SRO is trying to accomplish. I think, what is the role? I mean, that was one of the questions that I asked. What is the role? What do we have our SROs for? What is school safety? What does that mean? Is it safety of our students? Is it safety of other students that things are being enforced against some students? Does that actually help students feel safe? What kind of environment does that create? And I think also that SAC-PD has a responsibility to our community and to our schools to provide us service, to respond to actual threats and not necessarily to enforce against our students, but to protect our students from real threats. Improving mental health is a huge goal of mine. So even outside of this conversation, mental health, wellness, school climate, school safety, those are priorities for me. So I would ask the community members who are here to stay engaged and let's together put some pressure on our other governmental partners too to get some more resources into our schools. Every child has a health insurance card and has access to a whole suite of behavioral health services through insurance, so through Medi-Cal, a lot of us. And where are those services? Those should be in our schools. So I would ask for your help. Thank you. I would ask for your help in helping me and us to figure out how do we leverage the resources in the community that we do have. So there's a lot of things a lot of questions have been raised tonight about whether the African American Achievement Task Force is going to recommend to eliminate the SRO contract. That is very relevant information to me. Apparently there's data that we haven't had the opportunity to see yet. Given all of these things, I really wanted to ask a technical question, and that is, what is our legal obligation to pay the invoices for the services rendered so far?
Well, I mean, I would offer that there was probably an understanding between the parties that services were going to be rendered and paid for. So, say there's some exposure there, to an obligation to pay for that.
So, I mean, and I do, as a governmental entity who is a partner, a community partner to other governmental entities, I do feel a responsibility to pay for services that we have received, particularly if it opens us up to legal liability. I mean, we don't want to be in a lawsuit situation with our city, who is our partner. So I'm curious whether we could actually have a contract, with or approve up until a certain period of time, like for services rendered, and say till the end of March to give time to transition out, or I mean maybe 30 days. By my calculations, that would save us about $400,000, which we need. So, I want to ask whether that's a possibility. Is that something that we can do?
The board has the power to act accordingly. There's a 30-day termination clause in the contract that expired at the end of June 2018. In good faith, that would probably be something that you would want to look at.
30 days.
30-day notice period
So
from the date of notice.
So the counter motion would be, for me, is to end the contract today, obviously given the 30-day transition, but I would not support continuing the contract to the end of the school year. That was the motion, that counter motion on the table.
Thank you, Board Member Vang.
And I'm sorry, just to follow up on that, I would, if we do go that route, I would encourage us to think about providing for or discussing with SAC PD the possibility of a no-cost extension through the end of the school year, to allow our staff and the SROs who work with them time to transition, because we talked about restorative justice practices, we talked about counselors, we talked about a lot of things that our students need that we actually don't have in place right now. And if the city, supports us, if the city supports our students, I hope we can hopefully work with the city to see if that's a possibility, given our financial condition.
Thank you, Board Member Morowski. Student Board Member Halbo?
Sorry, this might be a little long. I agree that the work SROs have done this year needs to be paid for. I don't think that an extension of a contract that we have been trying to alter and that there are many community concerns about is the proper way to ensure that we are being accountable representatives to our constituents. I think there are better ways to ensure the needs of our district are met while still acknowledging and respecting the clear community outcry that this contract has brought forth. I want to know that this contract will not be perpetually supplementally extended. It has been proven to me that the discussions that our board wants to have about SROs will never happen if we are given the opportunity to hold over this contract. If a floater SRO is good enough for 71 schools in our district, and the only functional difference between a floater SRO and a patrol officer is that they put schools first, then we should acknowledge that a patrol officer's duty is still to serve the students. They are going to be treated exactly how all of you are treated by the police. A termination of the contract doesn't mean we ban police from school campuses. That's not how this works. It also doesn't mean we don't ever talk to the police again and we kick them out of everything in the district. It just finally puts these issues on the table and off of the back burner. It's really clear, as Member Garcia articulated, that the contract hasn't changed since October, other than the extension date. The change won't happen without action. Our last board meeting, my last board meeting in this position, is June 20th. The contract is set to expire on June 30th. I care for our students and I want our voices to be heard. And the only way that that happens is with action. Negotiation and alterations is that action. And it's obvious that that doesn't happen without a termination of a contract that can be perpetually held over or supplementally extended. Let's not forget that we have an African American Achievement Task Force who's supposed to make a recommendation on this item, who was somehow scheduled for next week. As far as I am aware, they were going to recommend the termination of this contract, and I would suggest that we go with their recommendation.
Student Board Member Halbo. Thank you, Student Board Member Halbo. So I have several thoughts that I want to share. One, I want to thank you for consistently being a strong and articulate voice for our youth. I think when we last had this conversation in October, you were so absolutely eloquent and passionate about your representation of the student experience and the challenges that you were grappling with in extending our SRO contract. When we had this come before the board in October, we had a equal number to the individuals in the room, principals and site leaders, as well as some community members supporting the SRO contract. But we had some very grave concerns based on what we were hearing from students at the school site and based on what is absolutely an uneven experience for our students in how they receive our school resource officers. In my own community of Oak Park, you can go to an elementary school where there is a very positive relationship, and you can go to a high school or a continuation high school where, based on your life experience, how you experience our SROs could be completely different, and I'm very aware of that. I called for, alongside Board Member Vang, a deep dive into really addressing the data issues that were coming to the forefront around how we were looking at the citations, what we were looking at in terms of disaggregated data so that we could ensure that there was not disproportionate impact for one student population over others. I also began speaking with ACLU of Northern California so that I could get a sense of what best practices were in other school districts across the state and a path forward. Beyond that, as part of the African American Achievement Initiative, started looking into what does it mean when we're trying to lift up restorative justice and restorative practices at scale, as we know that that is a data-proven intervention. I think we absolutely have a path forward to alternatives to our traditional policing structures. And I think everything you're saying based on your lived experience is extremely fair in calling for a plan. You know, one of our wonderful educators within the district said tonight that she had essentially a charge that she wanted to bring forward to us that spoke about how you could have guidelines for the role of SROs on campuses that weren't currently being implemented today. I think that that was very smart. I have to tell you, what keeps me up at night beyond this idea that we are in a district that is plagued with inequity based on the school site that you go to, is that we don't have the resources necessary to support our students in the way that we know would lift their student achievement. What I'm asking of you tonight, though, is that we are looking at a thoughtful path forward. When we looked at October holding this contract, it was with this sense that we had to bring forward a set of data recommendations. We had to have policy hearings, and Mai Vang, our chair of the policy committee, has begun those conversations informed by the best practices of the ACLU, and we had to have broader community engagement. I was fortunate to speak with lots of students in my area and beyond the district, and once again, as I said, their experience was as varied as the color of their skin and the school site that they lived at or that they showed up to every day. What we're looking at is, at this time of making cuts, which are going to occur for next year, right? So the cuts that we're having to make, the programmatic cuts and the layoffs, are based upon the next calendar year. We're also trying to be really thoughtful about what does alternative policing look like so that we are ensuring we're doing everything in our power to lift up your voice, meet your needs and your concerns, and develop a thoughtful plan for moving forward. I am very uncomfortable with the idea of terminating any sort of contract without a plan. And so what I want to propose to the community and to the students who said, work with us. We want to be the individuals coming to you based on our lived experiences, saying what school safety should encompass, what it should look like. What I would like you to do is, with a decision to have a hard stop for June 30th to carry us out through this school year, I would ask our community to be partners in developing a comprehensive, student-informed, whole child wellness policy for what that work should look like moving forward. So in other words, we hear and honor the idea that we have to have a plan and we have to ensure that we are thoughtfully ending the school year while recognizing that there is a call from our students, from our civil rights partners, from our community to develop a plan that encompasses their experiences, the best practices that we know have been executed in other districts in the state, and the good thinking of partners like ACLU and others. And I would invite you to the table to be part of that. In the short term, I would hope that we can take some of the guidelines to close out the school year as we're having these conversations about what happens June 30th and beyond. And so tonight, I'm hoping that our wonderful community who's turned out will be part of these conversations moving forward, but recognizing that we have to have a comprehensive plan and that the next 4 months are a good opportunity for us to close out this work and to determine what our spending, what our structure, and what our commitment to a whole wraparound student support should look like in the context of a broader student safety plan for next calendar year and beyond. And so that's what I would be recommending tonight. So with that, we have 2 motions on the table. We have a motion from,
I have a question just for clarity, really
oh,
quick about this.
sorry, Board Member Vang, go ahead.
On the supplemental contract, I just want clarity in terms of the spending. It says that the contract is 1.4 million, but it says to not exceed $4.4 million. And so I want some clarity around that in particular if the vote goes not the way that I would like it to go. Is the 1.4 already allocated, or do we have $4 million actually allocated for the supplemental contract? If you can give some clarity around that.
So that number is adding on to the previous contract in the amount of the do not exceed amount from the previous contract that expired in 18, which was 2.6 something million. If you look at paragraph 2, it kind of breaks it down for you. It's my understanding that the monies are allocated in the current budget for this year, and they must be in that 1.4 range, in that dollar range, so that it's 1.4 for the entire 2018-19 year, of which a significant portion has already been invoiced.
Okay, thank you.
So what you're saying is that was a total amount that would have exceeded if we were going to continue the
Correct.
contract beyond this school year.
The original contract that expired had a do not exceed amount of 2.639 million, and this is tacking on the 1.4 and change to that.
From the previous
From the
years.
previous.
Okay.
Because it's an extension, a supplemental extension to the pre-existing.
So I know that we're going to be voting on these 2 motions tonight. I would like to ask, with the same intensity and student voice and commitment to developing a truly student-centered plan for school safety, that we have our students and also our wonderful education partners be part of the policy committee meetings that we're going to have in the coming weeks and months to develop a comprehensive board policy and plan.
We asked for that last year. We should not be having this
Show
conversation
some
today.
backbone, Jesse. Show some backbone. Don't put the onus on the youth.
No. Absolutely. I so appreciate that. Sir, I ask you to please, thank you. I appreciate that. And the backbone is saying we want to hear your voice, and I hear your voice, and we have. Okay. So we're going to take a vote right now. We have 2 motions on the table.
I told the students that their voice matters, and I want to make sure that you make them feel that their voice matters today.
And they know that their voice matters, that part of the reason we carried this contract over for a thoughtful conversation and to develop a plan is because of their concerns.
We asked for answers
Okay.
last year. I specifically talked to staff last year. There was no follow-up. I came to the school board to ask for questions and answers, and there was none.
I'm happy to continue the conversation after tonight. Thank you. We have a motion and a counter motion on the table. The first motion is by Board Member Pritchett to pass only the supplemental contract through the June 30th deadline for services rendered to date and for the remaining 4 months on this year. And we have a second by Board Member Wu.
Amend the motion?
All those,
Can I amend the motion?
This is a conference action.
Can we do a roll call vote?
we'll do a roll call vote, but Member Morowski is asking for amendment to that first motion.
May I move to amend that we approve the contract through June 30th, but only approve the funds through the end of March, or 30 days from today?
I don't think
And
that
is that
contract
possible?
would be in place.
What's that?
Carry out
I think that's
the
a
rest of
different
the school
motion.
year.
Different motion?
But I certainly would,
Am I
is that
understanding you correctly
possible?
for that would be to terminate with 30 days' notice?
well, no, she's asking to continue through June 30th,
But
but
only approve
ask
the
for
dollars?
no money to be spent after the end of this month.
That would leave us a little space to ask for support.
I mean, I think it's a different motion.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, that would be the decision of the chief and the city attorney, so we certainly couldn't speak on behalf of that.
So is that, did I understand just on a technical basis that it's possible that we can do that, but it would require a different motion?
it's really, excuse me, it's really a motion to amend the pending motion, which, if it carries by a majority, amends the pending motion. And the motion is really to move from conference to action. You've got a two-step process here. So the motion, if it's a motion to amend the current motion, and that would take a majority to amend the current motion
Does the
procedurally.
Right, just procedurally, would the amended motion work, though, before we do that?
Well, I think I'm hearing from the the representative for the police department that may not be accepted, but procedurally, you can amend a pending motion with a majority vote.
So, as an alternative, we could also consider just approving the contract through that day, through 30 days from now, and that would leave us a little space to.
That would be termination 30 days anyway. That's my.
So the amended motion that you put on the table was that we would approve the contract through June 30th and ask if we didn't have to pay after March, if we could get the city and the police department to cover the remainder of the contract. And I think that that is something that legally
Sure. I mean,
we have some questions about.
I mean, as Lieutenant Hines said, that's would require the city to agree to it. So, but we can do anything on our end that you direct, right? And whether the city agrees to that, whether the PD would agree to that is another question. So,
So if we were to approve the amended contract through June 30th and go back to Chief Hahn and the city and ask that they cover the difference, the $400,000, then essentially we would see that savings. Now, if they say no, would we have to come back to the board?
right, it's almost like you're proposing a different agreement than what's before you. So, it's like you'd be making a proposal to the city.
Okay.
You know, one way to look at it would be to take Member Vang's motion, that path, and then try to come up to another agreement to complete the year per your direction on that agreement. That might be another way to go, where you're trying to you're kind of doing both.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we would be approving it and allowing us to pay our bills for services rendered.
Well, right, in spirit, I guess, even that is slightly different than what's before you in terms of the supplemental contract that's before you, right? That has 1.4 that includes the to date plus the ending through the year. So you wouldn't be agreeing to the supplemental contract per se on Member Vang's motion. That would be a different arrangement that,
Would
that
be agreeing to
pay.
do an amendment to that supplemental contract, and would that be clear enough for you to execute?
I think it would be, to authorize payment for current. And that's essentially what you would be doing.
So alternatively, I think if we move forward with the supplemental motion with the June 30th stop date, I think we have an opportunity to go back to the city and the chief and ask if they will commit to use some of their Measure U funds or other dollars to help supplement, augment the last portion of expense. So, okay, so we're gonna. We're gonna go ahead and vote on the first motion that we have on the table without amendment, and then we'll come back to the second motion. The first motion on the table is to approve the supplemental contract through June 30th. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, roll call.
It's a conference to
Conference to
action
action.
with a preferential vote, of course.
Okay. Student preferential vote.
Thoughtful movement forward, negotiation and alterations of the contract are necessary. The only way that happens is with an end to the contract. We saw in October the same decision we are seeing now, a comprehensive student-informed policy that acknowledges the disparities of police enforcement with community involvement. What is the African American Achievement Task Force? That is their function. They've closed out this work. They want us to terminate the contract. They serve the function that President Ryan is talking about, that the language of the extension, the supplemental extension talks about. They are the community input, yet somehow they aren't scheduled till next week. Look at the difference between October and now. Show me 5 changes in the contract language, and you've got my vote. I vote no.
Thank you, Student Board Member Halbo.
So you need a vote for moving to conference to action.
So we have a motion, second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. So we'll take, so at this point, we'll take the second motion. So
For action.
conference to action. Do we have a motion and a second for the second?
No,
item?
now we're doing action. It was, I thought
Okay.
you approved moving from conference to action. Now, this is an action vote. On the
Okay.
motion, as seconded.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Yes, this is correct.
That's up to the board president to be sure if the vote is certain as to whether it passes. If it passes, there's no counter motion.
Okay. Okay, so let's do a roll call, please.
Yes, that may be wise, but
Okay.
I'll defer to you.
Thank you. So please, we'll go ahead and do a roll call. Secretary? We already had the student preferential.
On this.
I think she gets a preferential vote on the action item as well.
Okay, student member Halbo,
No.
member Vang,
No.
member Pritchett.
Yes.
Member Wu,
Yes.
member Ryan,
Yes.
member Minnick,
Yes.
member Morowski,
No.
member Garcia,
No.
Motion passes.
The motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 9.2, approving the low-performing student block grant. Wow. I guess so. Mr. Harris and Dr. Taylor?
Good evening, Board President Ryan,
Board Member Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. I'm joined tonight with Dr. Iris Taylor, our Chief Academic Officer. We're requesting the board's approval of our draft plan for the Low Performing Students Block Grant. In terms of background, this grant really does offer an opportunity.
If we can please have everyone move outside the chambers for their conversations. Thank you. Go ahead.
In terms of background, this grant is appropriated to districts based on a targeted profile of students. In this context, these are students who don't receive other services, so not low-income foster youth, English learners, or receiving special education services. And so in terms of the grant's purpose, it really is a unique niche of students that it seeks to serve. It also includes students who also meet a low-performing academic criteria, ultimately in math or ELA in terms of scoring at the lowest level of student not met either in both or in one. And so ultimately this grant is very specifically targeted towards students who are not traditionally covered by other services like LCFF or special education, and also demonstrate low performance. What's important about us presenting it to you this evening, our draft plan needs to be approved as a part of us being able to spend the appropriation by March 1st. The opportunity is about $1.8 million for our district. That's been identified for about 907 students. This slide gives you a breakdown of the students. An important takeaway is that though this is one-time funds, we have the opportunity to spend those funds over 3 school years, starting this school year, next school year, and then the 2021 school year. Also, in terms of the students who are identified as low performing, it's important to note it does impact all of our major student groups. And so in terms of the bar graph you see, for the 907 students, we had to do an estimate of how the students break out. But you can see, as we think about some of the student groups that we seek to impact, you can see all of our major student groups are represented in terms of the opportunity of this grant. What I don't have listed for you is that when you break it out, kind of an estimated view by school site, it actually spreads across almost all of our school sites as well. And so as we think of the impact of what we're trying to do, it really is about impacting students across our system. Because of the requests of the grant to make sure we tie it back to places where we've had feedback from stakeholders, we actually took an opportunity to crosswalk action plans that we already have existing in our LCAP, and then also through the graduation task force last year, and then also the emerging recommendations that you'll be hearing next week from the African American Achievement Task Force. What we did was try to find the intersections of recommendations so that as we present our draft plan, we wanted to make sure it created conditions to actually implement some of the things that our community and other content experts have spoken to us about important ways that we can move achievement for students. Dr. Taylor in a moment will give you more details about specific draft plans that we've created, but you can see here a summative nature of them, expanded learning, both in terms of summer school and after school, school day, specific interventions and supports for our students. And then finally, all of our major groups in the system in terms of feedback have spoken to the importance of positive school culture, climate building initiatives. And so we've included this here as well in our draft plan.
So one of the initial strategies is really drawing on the experience from our expanded learning summer program last year. And so designing a program to serve students in these 2 target areas for which they've been identified, mathematics and English language arts. Within the proposal, it does require that we link our strategies to our LCAP goals, and so you'll see here that this is linked to our college and career life-ready graduates and our safe, emotional, and healthy engaged students. The plan also requires that we specify specific measurements and what we'll use as evidence of impact. And so for the summer learning program, similar to what we did with ELSP, we would design pre and post assessments for reading and mathematics. We would also look at course performance as students transition out of the program, so their course performance in math and ELA, and then of course their participation in the program. Similar with ELSP, the program would be taught by certificated teachers so that we can ensure that the program, that there's a safe, structured, friendly learning environment for our students. A second strategy would be around after-school tutoring and supports. So this is, again, extending learning beyond the school day into the before and after-school space. We would do this through an RFP process where we would identify agencies that could provide interventions at a minimum of 3 times per week. And the providers will have to have a demonstrated track record of success in impacting academic achievement for the student population to be served, our lowest performing students. Again, here you'll see the LCAP goals, and our measures, our ways of assessing impact here would be through requiring pre and post assessments and tracking the students who are involved in the program, their course performance in math and ELA beyond, before, and after school, and then the students that have been identified are those students who take the CASP assessment, so we would look at their CASP performance year over year. School day interventions, and so we recognize that during the school day is actually the ideal time to intervene for students where they have to be there, and so we're looking at tapping into our retired teachers and contracting with the retired teachers to push into classrooms to provide small group instruction so that students aren't necessarily being pulled out, but that their support is right during the instructional time. Again, students being assessed so that we can target the interventions to their areas of need, and then aligning, you can see the LCAP goal alignment with our college and career life-ready graduates, and similar measurements to be used for those targeted students who are participating in the program. And as Mr. Harris said, just recognizing the role of culture and climate on impacting academic achievement, this particular strategy is around professional learning to support capacity building of our administrators, of our educators. This is a recommendation that cuts across our graduation task force, our African American task force, and we also see it within our LCAP, where there's a call for professional learning in these areas, not limited to, but inclusive of alternatives to exclusionary discipline, implicit bias, trauma-informed mindfulness, but designing this in a way that it's an ongoing engagement with educators in these areas and not just a single touch point. The measures that we will use to assess impact here will be attendance in the professional learning, as well as pre and post session surveys, developing some sort of observation tool that's targeted to the strategies that staff are learning so that we can assess whether or not there's any take-up of the strategies that are learned. So with that, we'll pause for questions. First, we'll pause for public comment, and then questions from the board.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have one public comment from Liz Guillen.
Good evening, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I really appreciate the transparency of what might be in the draft, but I do have to say it's hard to know if this is really the plan or if these are elements being considered for the plan, because it's not the plan. And at the same time, I understand that there was a very short time for the RFP, and I know that there are some districts that aren't even going to submit because they either don't know about it or they're just not on top of it. So I appreciate that our staff are on top of it. I also appreciate that it aligns to some of the actions and services that the LCAP contains. That's something that's supposed to be done according to district requirements, and I know other districts that are not doing that and are really thinking about these funds as old categorical type funds that travel in the student's backpack, which can be really inefficient. And don't necessarily address concerns of equity. And so I appreciate that. I do think there is an issue of transparency going forward, and I know that community members will want to monitor how it works and how it interacts with some of the actions that you're taking. So I hope that there will be ways of being able to identify these funds going forward and their uses, as well as the activities. And frankly, I think it would be great to get a copy of the final plan once it's submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guillen. Dr. Taylor, I do have a question for you about the elements of the plan that you are hoping will move forward. Given that we have a set of recommendations coming before us at the next board meeting from the African American Achievement Initiative, and I know that they are in the final stages of fleshing out some of the recommendations that they will be presenting to us, how are you incorporating any of the recommendations into this plan, given in many different categories, our African American students are our lowest performing subgroup?
So one of the things that we've done is just, as Mr. Harris has said, is crosswalk what's percolating, I guess, within the African American Task Force. And so those areas are specific to academic achievement as well as culture and climate. The recommendations are encapsulated under those two larger areas.
Okay.
And so what you see here are some of the ideas that have come from that task force that are very similar to also what came from the graduation task force, particularly around positive school culture, climate, the professional learning and the capacity building that it's been called for, and then just opportunities for students to receive supports, academic supports during the school day as well as before and after school space.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Board Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. So a couple of questions. One is the page where...
Sorry, Board Member Garcia, if you can wait for 1 second. I have to extend the meeting because we are past 10:30. So can I have to 11:15? We have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15. Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's the one, the slide with opportunity, and you show all the bars in of the students that are represented. That one. So our highest number of students who would be eligible for this block grant, the Hispanic group, the white, and then African American students. So you're working with the African American Initiative Task Force to maybe inform some strategies that could be considered for the final plan. What about other groups that may be able to provide some input on some of the other student subgroups?
Certainly, even in this plan, we're using the graduation task force and the LCAP as well. So certainly in those documents, those are recommendations that are really meant for all students. And actually, a number of the recommendations from the African American Achievement Task Force actually represent strategies for all students as well. As Ms. Guillen mentioned, just simply because of the time required to make the March 1st deadline, and actually, of course, to make this board meeting deadline, there's still going to be opportunities for us to engage with others to get more input as well. So I think in terms of the recommendations, we're looking for maximum impact. And to your question, we know that all student groups are represented in the low performing category. So whatever we do for this target population, we know has to work for all the student groups.
Okay, yes, thank you. And I do know from my day job that this deadline is pretty tight. I did have one other question related to the summer learning program. I'm interested in how that is going to be rolled out and how students that we're going to be targeted with these very, very, I guess, limited dollars, that how are we going to ensure that those students that need the most help actually show up to these summer learning programs? Are we going to allow for an opt-out provision? Can you just elaborate a little bit more on how you're thinking about drawing students during the summer to do some extra work and bring them up to catch them up?
Yeah, so again, we would draw on some of the strategies used last summer as well as just lessons learned. So one was, instead of an opt-in, we did an opt-out. We used an opt-out so that they were identified, and I guess the beauty of these funds is the target population is very clear of who this is for. And so we would, the communication would be like, you've been invited to this wonderful summer opportunity, and communicate with them so that they're already enrolled. And then it's then incumbent on them to opt out of the experience as opposed to deciding that they want to attend. And then just the design of the program, being that it's one where there's a strong academic focus, but that's been done in an engaging way. And so last year we co-designed with our youth development department around what the structure of the programming would be, so that there's an element of, there's an academic component, but there are also other enrichment opportunities that students experience while they're in the program, so that it's not your traditional summer program, but it's more of an engaging opportunity.
Great, thank you.
Board Member Morawski.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Oh. It was on. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, Mr. Harris. I was wondering, first, how were these students identified, or is this through CASP scores? Yeah.
Right. So there was a very specific criteria that was used for the students. And so basically think of it as students who don't already qualify via LCFF. So non-low income, not foster, not English learner, not special education. And then yes, the CAP score of scoring lowest on either math or ELA, or scoring either both low in math or ELA, or at least one low math or ELA. So that was the criteria for the student population.
Oh, and the student population doesn't otherwise meet any of the LCFF unduplicated student count
So this is,
criteria?
in some respect, you would say this was an equity policy from the state to try and identify a targeted group of students that don't fall under other programming that already exists.
Or low performing but are not low income.
Exactly, not low income, not foster, not English learner, not special education.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And I was wondering how the dollars are allocated to these different programs. Is it proposed for over 3 years? I am a little bit unclear on just specifically what the plan is. Is it proposed for over 3 years? How much is allocated to each?
So it is one-time funding which we can spend over the 3 years, but we have the flexibility to create the plan. But we have a one-time amount of about 1.8 million that we can spend up to 3 years.
So are we giving you today guidance on how to develop the final plan, or is this is this a plan that we're approving?
The specific content of the appropriation is that we have to have an approved plan by March 1st, but certainly the plan itself still needs to be shaped. I mean, obviously optimally, we would love more time to actually present a finalized detailed plan. Back to the question raised about the African American Achievement Task Force, we're actually looking to use the measurable outcomes from some of the work that's already underway. So tonight we're asking for the approval of the scope and shape of the plan, but we would come back with the actual plan. As Dr. Taylor mentioned, if we use a lot of the funds for ELSP, we would come back to the board to explain exactly how we're using it. It's only in the interest of time to meet the March 1st, and because they require an action of the board, we wanted to make sure we presented something at this meeting prior to March 4th, is why it does seem loose to some degree in terms of the fully adopted plan. But we didn't want to rush and present without being thoughtful, but we also want to make sure we didn't miss out on the funding opportunity.
Of course.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Morowski. Board Member Minnick.
Thanks, President Ryan. I just had a comment and a question. So one, I was happy to see that, almost a year after we've kind of wrapped up, that the grad task force recommendations are still like coming into play for a lot of the stuff we're doing. So I was really happy to see that. I was proud that we're continuing. We've moved on so many, and now we're continuing to move on more. So I appreciate that. I was thinking about how the use of assessments for measurements in the summer learning, after-school tutoring, the school day interventions are mentioned in here. And I wanted to find out, a couple of meetings ago, we had a presentation about assessments, and I know that we have had difficulty implementing assessments due to like a previous MOU with Sac City Teachers Association. So I wanted to see how, given that this is, how we're measuring things on this grant, how is that impacted by that situation?
Yes, it would mean that it's specific. This is not like a system-wide assessment. It's specific and targeted to the students that are participating to these student demographics. And so we would have to identify them. The other piece of it is the programming that we're speaking of is largely either before school, after school, or in the summer. And so it's a smaller subset of students that would be administering that the assessments would apply to.
So then we're okay with providing those assessments given our current framework?
I believe that we are, but of course, that could potentially be challenged. But given the context of where the interventions are occurring, I would believe that we are.
I just wanted to make sure that we, if as this moves forward, that we're, able to measure, our success.
Yeah, the other component, I guess, that is measurable in this is that these are students who have CAS scores. So at the end of the day, everyone must take CAS, and so those assessments could be used. It would just be an annual.
So worst case scenario, we have once a year
CAS.
test, which would be 3 times over the course of this grant.
Yeah, I was just going to add, Board Member Minnick, that's exactly why we included for all the outcomes multiple measures, so that we could be in a position to have something, even though it may not be the best.
Okay, great. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Vang?
Thank you, President Ryan. Thank you so much, Mr. Harris and Dr. Taylor, for your presentation. I just had a quick question, just some clarification. For the after-school tutoring, I see here that we're going to select community-based providers. Could you explain a little bit more about the process and how are we actually selecting community-based organizations? Because I know there are several in our community, and I wanted to know kind of the protocols and how we're selecting them.
Yeah, so we would do this through an RFP process where we identify the criteria that an organization would need to meet, and the main one being that there's some established track record of success serving students in this demographic group. So we would put out an RFP through which different community organizations would apply, and we would go through our normal RFP process.
Okay, and then the second question is more just clarity. I'm a little bit confused because I was reading the actual in-depth packet, and I see here that it's $1.7 million. In the packet, it says that obviously, I think Board Member Morowski talked about how the funds can be over 3 years, and I see that here. And it says a portion of approximately 50% of the funds occurred in December 2018.
Yes.
So could you explain a little bit more about that? Does that mean the funds have been saved in 2018, hasn't been used in 2018?
So the funds have not been used. They're basically, the semantics I would say is think of them as restricted until we submit our plan and get
Then
permission.
it'll be released in May and
Then
June.
they will be released.
Got it.
So if we
Okay.
didn't do the plan, to your question, Board Member Vang, we actually would have to return the funds, but they
Got
have been appropriated.
Okay.
Half of it's been appropriated, the other half's appropriated in May,
Approved.
June,
Okay.
to what you're reading.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we don't have any other board member comments at this time. I'm very hopeful that we'll see potentially a member of the legislature introduce this as an ongoing expenditure versus one-time funding, as I think it's so key and addresses a gap in the current LCFF funding formula. We appreciate your work on this. We look forward to you coming back. So this is an action item.
Conference to action, so
So-
2 actions.
Thank you. So we're going to first entertain a motion to move this item from conference to action. Second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None? Okay, now we're going, oh, and our student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Second is the motion to move the block grant proposal.
So moved.
Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Item 9.3, approving resolution number 3053, Concy McKern and Cindy Nguyen.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Concy McCarn, the Chief Human Resource Officer, and with me this evening is Cindy Nguyen, our Employee Relations Director. The reduction of particular kinds of service, and I want to make sure that people know that there are copies in the back, additional ones that were brought up. Tonight's presentation is regarding the reduction of particular kinds of service due to the projected enrollment and the right sizing of staffing, in addition to the unknown status of a number of grant and categorical funds, and our overall situation. The district has identified a number of positions not to be continued for the 1920 school year. In the FCMAT report that was shared with the board recently, they reported a lack of integration of some key components like the LCAP, the SIPSA, and not using an industry standard method for basing our enrollment, staffing based on enrollment. So previously, the enrollment projections included looking at current year third month enrollment for the following year, and then using that in order to staff schools and go through the process. This resulted sometimes in sites being overstaffed based on those projected enrollments. The current process for staffing used this year began with budget services, providing sites and departments with staffing allocations based on the cohort survival method, along with what's in our collective bargaining agreements. The discussions that took place at this school site with school site councils, looking at dashboards, reviewing SIPSAs, all culminated with the one-stop staffing process, which took place over a 4-week period and included every single site and department participation. This process also included the support of budget, human resources, instructional assistant superintendents who work closely with school sites in supporting them, as well as cabinet members. So as that happened, this one-stop staffing process, there was an attempt to look at enrollment, plus the CBA considerations with what the sites and departments had to consider regarding program changes, of course, along with any potential changes to funding. And that resulted in decisions being made at One Stop related to staffing for the 1920 school year. So what that resulted in was an outcome of particular kinds of service that it was determined for the next school year were not going to be needed at this point. So I'll let Cindy go through the exact exhibits, which you have, and we can put them on the monitor as well.
Good evening. In part of the process of looking at positions to be closed for next year, staff really tried hard of collecting all of the data for vacant positions first. And so in doing so, you can see the total sum of that FTE there. In your handout, the particular kinds of services actually lists in detail the exact areas specific to credentials as well. So you should have that in front of you. So on the PowerPoint slide, it is just a summary of the handout that's been provided. Adult education is a total of 3.6, child development 7 FTEs, given that these 7 child development teachers actually hold teaching credentials versus a permit. And under the K-12 teachers section, it clearly identifies the exact subject areas, particular kinds of services to be reduced, totaling 123.39 FTE. The grand total for all of these subcategories will total 150.39 FTEs. Upon board approval tonight, it will allow staff to meet the Ed Code timeline established, allow staff the time to analyze the staffing reductions and calculations through the one-stop staffing process, also allowing staff to analyze and take into consideration vacancies, resignations, and retirements that we have received this year, effective the next school year, and allow staff to determine who and how many employees will be receiving precautionary layoff notices prior to the March 15th deadline. Through the process of the certificated precautionary notices, those impacted will be able to request a hearing. We will hold the layoff hearing proceedings with the mutually agreed upon date, usually in the month of March. An administrative law judge will render its decision before May 7th, and that will allow the district to take that forward to the board, and then after that, issue final layoff notices prior to May 15th. Staff recommends board approval of the resolution 43053 tonight, and we are available for questions.
What I'll just say before questions is we know that this is a very big decision, and it is with a heavy heart that we go into it. And just going into knowing what went into the one-stop staffing process, where sites had to come in and departments as well. As I said, nobody was excluded from that process. Everyone participated. And although we are here because we want to ensure that appropriate Ed Code timelines are met, it's not an easy thing to do, and it's not something we take joy in, but we just want to ensure that you know that the decisions made to get to these numbers by the people involved was a thoughtful one.
Thank you. We appreciate it, Kansi. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have two. Public comment from Cecile Nunley and the other from Nikki Malevsky.
I'm actually going to have to apologize. I don't remember putting in this number.
Okay, it's okay.
So I don't have a comment.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you, Cecile. I was going to say this was 102, but I guess not.
We came all the way up.
It's getting late, right?
You could have just yelled that from back there.
Nikki Malevsky, SETA. Last year, we had an agreement that had a plan. First, create a salary schedule so that we could actually recruit and retain teachers. And then we went out and worked together to recruit and retain teachers. And we started last year with all of our elementary classrooms, this year, all of our elementary classrooms full of credentialed teachers. And almost all of our secondary classrooms had credentialed teachers. The second part of our agreement was to make changes to our health care, to direct all of that, those savings, to additional staff like nurses and psychologists and social workers, lower class sizes, exactly the things that the community and students were here tonight begging for you to provide for them. And we also had an agreement to work together on a bottom-up restorative practices plan that would prioritize resources to our students and provide with all educators with a district-wide training on unconscious bias and culturally responsive teaching practices. But instead, this district is proposing to lay off hundreds of teachers who provide direct services to our students, while only discussing vague plans to keep administrative costs in line. Your administrative costs are outrageous. That is where you need to start. Not school nurses, counselors, social workers, psychologists, librarians, and classroom teachers. It's a matter of priorities. And you've had months to work on this. And this is how you're balancing your budget. is you're going to lay off a whole bunch of people who give direct services to students, that you in your community comes here and begs you to provide for our students. That's what you're going to lay off. That's how you're going to balance your budget. When you issue these pink slips to these brand new teachers that we worked so hard to recruit and beg to come to our district because this is the place you can really make a difference in students' lives, when they get those no thank you for your hard work pink slips, they are going to go right over to the neighboring districts and they're going to get jobs where they are valued. They're not going to be around when you wake up and you figure out we really need to make cuts that don't impact our students. They're going to be gone. So I highly, with all 2,500 SCTA members, we strongly protest this decision of the district to lay off teachers to balance the budget. Your administrative, bureaucratic bloat, your buyouts for administrators, your travel, all those things, instead of doing the hard work to prioritize your money, to focus it on the students.
Thank you, Ms. Milewski. We'll also be hearing about cuts tonight for our classified staff and our administrators as well. Thank you. Okay, so we have no other public comments on this item. We're going to go ahead and take a vote. Do we have a motion to approve resolution number 3053? Oh, sorry, we do actually have a board member comment. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, Concy. So can you help me understand, I think this is sort of the right sizing of, we did an enrollment projection and realized that we're overstaffed in certain areas according to, we're meeting all of our class sizes and everything, and we're overstaffed in certain areas, and that's what we're proposing to eliminate here is the positions associated with where we're overstaffed. Can you just clarify, what is being considered here?
Yes, based on the enrollment projections and looking at the limitations in the collective bargaining agreement, it is essentially a right sizing, wanting to ensure that based on the projections, we're appropriately staffed. So that is accurately phrasing it.
And I've read something recently that leads me to believe that this is a best practice that's sort of routinely used by districts year after year. Is that the case? And has this been the case in the past with Sac City, or is this
The practice of layoffs?
Of right sizing and figuring out, just based on declining enrollment
Yeah.
projections? I know we've kind of upped our, we're really looking closely at it now.
Yes, I mean, going through the one-stop process, which is what we call it, which is an attempt to specifically and strategically look at not only the enrollment projections, but the needs of the sites based on program changes, based on grant funding changes, based on all of those things. It is a yearly process to ensure that you have what you need, and it also gives us an opportunity to look ahead to see if there's anything else that we need. So that process is a best practice to yearly look at your enrollment projections to get a sense of your staffing.
And one final thing, can you clarify, as you're going through, these are proposed, positions to be eliminated based on, staffing needs, but what will happen to the actual people in the positions?
Yeah.
Will we be able to rehire the teachers, or can you just tell me how that would?
Sure. So what happens if the board were to approve, we go through an analysis, and now that we know the positions that are going to be affected, we go through an analysis to determine which individuals would actually receive the precautionary notice by March 15th. We then go through a hearing process in April where we are just ensuring that everything was followed as it needed to be before final layoff notices are issued in May. So it could be, and certainly based on situations and things, those final notices in May, on May 15th. Even after that happens, the district's able to rescind notices at any time through the summer into the next school year based on the needs of the district.
Okay, so if there was a vacancy somewhere else and someone was issued a precautionary layoff notice, but there was a vacancy at, from natural attrition or retirement,
Absolutely.
or whatever, they would be reabsorbed kind of back into the district.
Absolutely, and they actually go on a list where they have 39 months, 39, 36, 24 months of being on a list where if we do have a vacancy, they are the first ones that we call if they're appropriately credentialed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarn. Board Member Vang.
Concy, I do have a question. It's kind of similar to Board Member Morowski. This is, I think, the first time that a few of our board members will be participating in a vote for layoff, which is extremely painful. I want to know, just given the work that you've done and you've been in the district for a while in terms of layoff, do you have an analysis of like what percentage of employees that are layoff actually comes back into our district? Do you know what that number is?
We would have to go back and look, but I can say that because we have to first go with those who are issued layoff notices before we can then just hire for the position and completely exhaust that list, we are to a point where we have been hiring, right? And for this year, we were recruiting and filling positions, and we wouldn't be able to fill a position if we still had somebody on the layoff list with that credential area. So to get you a specific percentage based on, the last number of years, we could go back and do, but we don't have any for positions that we then had to fill.
Okay. I think for me, it's just, I would like to know that number. Just over the years that we've done layoff, what percentage of our employees that we've laid off have we rehired? That's important for me to know because even though we are limiting positions, these are also people.
Absolutely.
So if you can get back to the board on that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. We don't have any other board member questions at this time. I want to thank you and the team for your hard work. And what Board Member Vang says really rings true. I mean, these are, individuals who are losing their jobs. And I will say right alongside expulsion cases, this is the most difficult thing as board members that we have to do. And I don't take it lightly. So I'm calling for a motion on item 9.3. A second. All those, student preferential vote?
Yeah, I don't know if I vote on
Is she voting on this or not?
No.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, abstain. The motion carries. Item 9.4, approve resolution number 3054, determination of tie-breaking criteria.
Hi. Okay. Concy McCarn, Chief Human Resource Officer, and with me Cindy Dwin, Employee Relations Officer. When we do a layoff, as was just approved in the last item, there are some things we need to ensure are in place to effectuate that layoff. Because as was mentioned previously, we have to go through an analysis. And there are some times when you're looking at that analysis and you have individuals who unfortunately are affected and they potentially have the same seniority date. Just going to turn that on, hopefully, so that you can see the exhibit that I know you have and that I know is in the back, but just so we can look at it together. And in having some tie-break language and criteria, we are able to then apply points for individuals who hold certain things, as noted in the tie-break resolution. Again, this is used only when there in fact is a tie that we need to break. So we ask for your approval of this tie-break resolution to go along with the layoffs that were just approved.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comments.
Board Member Garcia, we have a question.
Yes, I have a question. The categories and the points and all that, who determines that? Is that ed code, or is that based on agreement with our labor partners?
It's based on some common practices, and this one is actually one that the district has traditionally used in the past in terms of looking at areas that have been identified kind of commonly as things that additional points would be awarded for.
Okay. Thank you.
We have no other board member comments or questions at this time. Do we have a motion? Second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? The motion carries. Item 9.5, approve resolution 3055 to determine criteria for deviating from eliminating a certificated employee in order of seniority.
So again, Consi McCarn, and with me Cindy Nguyen from HR. And when we are in situations like this where unfortunately we are looking at layoffs, and given what was just approved, we do, in doing the analysis, identify that there are some credential areas that we request be skipped. So because layoffs are done in seniority order, there are some positions that we, classifications, credentials, that we recognize as being extremely difficult to fill, and that we sometimes are not able to fully fill. So the skipping criteria, and if we can change to here, as you have in your exhibit, and as I know is in the back of the room, is requesting permission to skip, as the analysis is completed, credential holders who also have a BCLAD, a bilingual authorization, who have a special education credential, who have Waldorf method training, and who have credentials in math and science. Identifying these as extremely difficult to fill positions and requesting that through the analysis process, we're able to skip them. So with this, we ask that you consider approving the skipping criteria noted.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comments.
Do we have any board member questions on this item? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion.
Sorry, right before you, I know, I'm sorry about that, but I just wanted to make sure that you also notice what's on the bottom with the competency criteria, which also goes into effect, again, related to the areas we talked about, the BCLAD, Waldorf, and then teaching experience within that, again, something we need during the analysis. It's on there, I'm sure you saw it, I just didn't want to be remiss to verbally say it.
So thank you. I know that had been a point of conversation earlier. The BCLAD, CCLAD, English Language Learner Authorization, Waldorf, and additional dual immersion experience. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you pointing that out. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? The motion carries. Item 9.6. Approve Resolution 3056, Notice of Layoff Classified Employees, Reduction in Workforce Due to Lack of Funds.
Good evening, Consi McCarn and Cindy Nguyen from HR. As we again, come to you after a long process that sites and departments have gone through with regards to looking at staffing needs for the upcoming school year. We are recommending some additional classified layoffs. The process that was previously explained is the same one. When a site or department looks at their staffing needs for the following year, they are doing so for classified, for certificated, and for administration, all three of those. It is based on projections, again, and this year we're using the cohort survival method for that purpose. Also looking at of course, the collective bargaining agreements. The one-stop staffing that took place with every site and department, again, included recommendations for reductions based in all three areas: certificated, classified, and management. As this process goes through, the classified is slightly different, and we want to alert you to what some of the next steps would be with these. And again, we realize that these are difficult decisions, as they are individuals, hardworking individuals, all of our employees. And we'll share some of those next steps with you after sharing the FTE.
Again, good evening. Before you on the PowerPoint slide is again just a summary. In the back, and handouts were provided in regards to Exhibit A that clearly identifies the site or department, position title, work months, FTE, and the hours per day that you can review. And it is broken up into subsections, again, focusing on vacant positions first for a total of 44.07 FTE, and then separating that out by departments for a total of 114.83 FTEs, and then lastly, school sites at 41.91 FTE for a grand total of 200.82 FTE in reductions for the next school year. In regards to next step, after board approval, that will allow staff to meet the Ed Code timelines, allow staff to analyze the staffing reductions, conduct the bumping analysis, as well as take into account any attritions for next school year, and the results of how many and who will be issued layoff notices before the deadline per the Ed Code. We will work very diligently with all of our labor partners to schedule meetings with individual employees impacted through this process, like we do when we go through this process for classified layoffs. Staff is already working to coordinate and schedule workshops and offer to employees to attend and participate. And of course, as new funding or information becomes available, the district may always be able to rescind notices. For tonight's board meeting, staff recommends the board to approve resolution number 3056.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comments?
Ms. McKern, did you have something to add?
Only to say that we were remiss in not noting that the workshops being coordinated and offered to employees would take place for all. There are things that it's a difficult time, and so we want to make sure we are supporting employees, and noted that that particular bullet was not on the last one.
So, Ms. McKern, I actually had a question. Workshops that are offered to employees. I mean, obviously, it is devastating, very difficult to get the news that you are being laid off. And so when you're talking about workshops that are being offered as a support mechanism, I mean, what is that in the form of? Is that alternative job placement? Is that emotional, mental health support? I mean, what do those workshops entail?
Actually, we work with MHN, who is one of our providers that offers a variety and an array. And so some of it could be around just, dealing with it, kind of like the emotional component. of what that means. They offer some very specific ones on looking for other employment for some of our classified folks and others, and they have a whole menu of things. So there are times too, our employee assistance program will allow employees to identify whatever it is that they may want further conversations on, somebody just to talk to that's not the district necessarily. Through the process, there's a variety.
Thank you, that's helpful. Do we have any other board member comments or questions? Hearing none, we're going to take a motion. Second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? The motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 10.0, the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? A second? Student preferential vote?
I vote yes on all open session items.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Item 11.0, business and financial information. Item 11.1, receive business and financial information purchase order reports. 11.2, our monthly suspension report. We'll receive that. And do we have a public comment on that item?
Yes, from Cecile Nunley.
That is what you put your card in for.
That's what it was.
And stayed until 11:15. So I'm going to ask for a motion to extend our board meeting to 11:20. All those in favor? Thank you.
Okay. Thank goodness. Well, of course, I'm here about the suspension reports because, as you well know, it's so critical and it's so important. And I did do the next analysis, and now we are up to 13.81% for the African American students, which is clearly 3 times what the next nearest group is. It also means that we are growing at about 2.2% or more every single month. So as the year goes on and more students are being suspended, we're getting closer to where we're going to hit that 20% again, clearly at the rate that we're going. We can't say, and there's no need to wait till the end of the year, and we're looking at the dashboard again, and oh, surprise, we're at 20%. We're actually going, I think it's going to be a little bit worse by the time the year is over. If we keep going at this rate, we will exceed what we were last year, and last year was bad enough. That brings me to the point, I know that there's been comments made that we're waiting for the African American Task Force to make recommendations, but you're having kids suffer now.
Yep.
And this gets to the point, when are we going to do something? When are we going to see a difference? When are we going to see those drop slowly or something? And I don't know, it won't show up, or maybe it will, but at the very least, it's important that the public knows what it looks like.
Thank you so much, Cecile. I appreciate that. I very much would like to request of the staff that we have a breakout of the number of suspensions that were due or categorized under the umbrella of willful defiance. I have called for a ban on willful defiance in the district beyond the state mandated K-3. I would very much like us to bring that back into the policy committee and work with our community partners on that moving forward. I think that that is an addition we need to know based on our suspension report. We have a comment from Board Member Minnick.
I think it's related to your comment, President Ryan. I know I brought this up a couple months ago or so too, about moving forward on removing willful defiance as a rationale for suspension. And like Ms. Nunley said, you know, we're kind of waiting on some recommendations for the task force. You know, you're bringing it forward. And I know it needs to go through the policy committee. I don't know what the schedules is for the policy committee, but
Meeting in a couple weeks.
how could it be possible to have it fast-tracked so that we can bring this at our next board meeting to just vote on this? Because in the several months between now and the end of the school year, you know, we could see a lot more suspensions, you know, based on this. And I'd rather, you know, I'm going out on a limb, but I could guess maybe where the African American Task Force is going to stand on this. And I don't think we're going to be fighting fighting anybody by wanting to remove this as an option for suspension. Can we fast track that through the policy committee and get that back to us like sooner rather than later?
I think it would be feasible, Board Member Minnick, to have it at the board meeting following the African American Task Force presentation. That will give us time to bring it in front of the policy committee and then allow for the African American Task Force to present their recommendations and move. Board Member Vang, I'm looking at you.
So we would work those on parallel tracks,
Yeah.
kind of, and then, so it'll be ready at the moment we need it?
And it looks like our board special assistant thinks that would be possible as well.
Yay.
Yeah, the next policy committee meeting is here at 11:30 on Friday, the 8th. So I think we could have it
We
fast
could for
tracked
the
by the
following
following
meeting,
meeting.
yeah.
That would be perfect.
Yeah.
Board Member Vang, are you supportive of that? Okay, great. We will be working on that. Thank you so much for your advocacy, Cecile.
All right, and then on 11.3 and 4, which I didn't put in, but they have the sunshining proposals. They're not in the back. So I just want copies of them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So item,
Board President Ryan, just over here. Hi. So just to share on that, we were notified not too long ago that the Teamsters and TCS would not have their sunshine proposal this board meeting, even though it was on the agenda. So it's not there. We don't have it, but we will certainly make sure it gets agendized at a future board meeting when we can have it.
thank you for the clarification, Kansi. So item 11.3 and 11.4 related to the sunshine proposals. Item 12.0, future board meeting dates and location. Our next board meeting will be held at the Cerna Center on March 7th at 4:30 p.m. closed session, 6 p.m. open session. And I believe as we motion to adjourn, Board Member Pritchett has a statement to read from Vice President Wu.
Vice President Wu asked me to read a statement since he had to leave the meeting early. He wanted you to know that and it's because his mother has expressed that she might want to join his father. His father has been gone for 10 and a half years. She's resting, but if called, him and his family would like to be by her side as she transitions and to join her husband, his father.
So
let's keep him in our thoughts.
Let's adjourn with support and thoughts for Board Member Wu, its entire family, and his mother. Do we have a motion? Second? All those in favor? Aye. We're adjourned. Thank you.